browser. If WhatsApp is loaded, the box will come up. You can get in touch with us directly. Subscribe, let us know how you feel. Now, chocolate. Now, after the viral Dubai chocolate, we now have, or will shortly be seeing a lot more of Abu Dhabi chocolate. It's a new thing. It's made by the same chef who created the original Dubai chocolate, and he is here. Noel Katis is the founder of Snap. He is the creative brain behind the new chocolate, and I'm very pleased to say we're going to try some too. Noel, lovely to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Good morning. Thanks for having me today.
Very good to have you here. So, first question, I have to jump straight in because we have the chocolate here, but how do you create? What does it take to get a viral brand going?
I always tell them, like, to be viral, it's not really upon me. It's all about how the consumers would accept the product. So first you have to deliver a really good product that people come back for because it just tastes good. And that's the very basic requirement for a product to become viral. So I've been asked many times, chef, do me something viral. I tell them, really, it's a big ask and I don't want to be responsible, but let's make the community make it viral by giving a really good recipe in the first place.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, the impact that Dubai chocolate had it was huge. I don't know how to put it into words, so I'm not even going to try. Unique taste, that kind of, the crunchy kind of kanafa texture, the pistachio tahina cream mix. In reality, you kind of think, when I describe that, I'm thinking, that shouldn't work. But it does, and it works so well. So at heart, it's that little bit different, and I guess you can see from that why it exploded in the way it did.
Yeah, it's a combination of, I think people were waiting for something new in the chocolate sector. Everyone's probably bored of the same stuff. You know, when they break it open, it's just a hard filling or nothing exciting color-wise. And now we're in the age of ASMR, and actually when the bar was created, it was actually about Instagrammability. So it needs to capture the imagination and also the aspect of it being something that you can capture easily with your camera because it just flows out and it has some elements that you don't know what it is. But when you take a bite, it creates a kind of crunchy sound. So that was actually the deal. So it was very intentional that we need to make sure we create something that actually has the Instagram, the Gen Z in mind, that they need to be able to capture the feeling and the emotion behind it.
No, it's very smart. But, you know, the thing now is you have to do that again.
Yes.
So good luck with that. But it's so interesting to me because I've just had my niece in Dubai, and one of the things is it's no longer about, oh, I need to go to the Gold Souk, I want to do the desert safari, I want to go to the Burj Khalifa, whatever. It's now, oh, can I try some Dubai chocolate?
Yes.
That's what's happened.
It's a go-to thing right now. Like when they think about Dubai, the first thing that comes to mind is the chocolates. I think we've changed a lot of things here in Dubai, the landscape, because we're never known as a chocolate country, but now it has become like a source of inspiration.
City of gold, city of chocolate, country of chocolate. Maybe it's a thing that other countries should take to heart.
Right.
Maybe every nation should have its own chocolate flavor.
True.
I don't know. So you created the original bar, and you made a really kind of concerted effort to emphasize the aesthetic of the bar, didn't you? And it really was all about Instagram. So that kind of, you know, the kind of green drips kind of thing there. Where did that come from in your head? How was the creative, what was the creative thinking?
So the thing that people need to actually understand as well is that the design of that bar, which is 2 centimeters thick, actually wasn't existent before. So actually I had to ask the manufacturer to make it thicker to be able to accommodate certain layers of flavor so that when you break it, you have enough filling that oozes out. So that itself was a decision that had to be made, which created this virality of the chocolate. But how it came together, it was simply an inspiration to do something for Dubai that's really very Dubai, that you create a hype, but also a flavor that resonates well in the city. Or in the region. And when I was in Jordan, prior to landing back here in the UAE, I was actually introduced to kanafa. And I take kanafa as a Arabic version of cheesecake. And I love cheesecake. So it became part of my core. Like wherever I go, I always bring with me some kataifi, those crunchy elements that are, you know, inside the bar. So this was actually the least expected flavor to fly off the shelf, because I've done other bars which are more complicated, like has cheesecake or other flavor profiles that are more complicated. But what I realized was that the simpler it is, the easier for people to accept and also to enjoy, because it's not hard for them to understand what's in there. But I think what caught them was, the color green, and also those shreds of, they thought was actually pasta, but it wasn't pasta. It was actually it's a phyllo dough.
It's a pastry, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
is.
No, I mean it's remarkable because the thing with it is, I mean, look, I'm an old guy and I see social media and I think, ugh, pah. But I tried it and it's just tasty. And very often I guess the simplest ideas, the unexpectedly
Exactly.
easy stuff, is the successful.
Exactly, yeah. It changed the way I approach desserts from that point, because I realized that the more simple and easily understandable the product is, the easier it is to actually become acceptable by the market, because they don't have to collect other past experiences about the flavor. If it connects with their childhood memory, then it's easier to nail the flavor, or also
Okay.
to be able to be accepted by the markets.
A kanafa is just a,
Yes.
well, you see it everywhere. I mean,
Everywhere,
it's just-
exactly.
yeah, and it's delicious, and it kind of follows. How do you feel about all of the copycats? I mean, imitation is the sincerest kind of form of flattery.
Yes.
Obviously, there are so many. It's super popular. It's kind of inextricably linked with the Emirates. But how did you feel? How do you feel walking into a supermarket thinking, well, that's not the original, that's not the original, because it's everywhere.
No, in the beginning it was a bit, I had a bit of a conflicting feeling about it, because it was done since 2022. It's been a long time, and when you've always been behind many brands as a innovator, you develop a kind of imposter syndrome where when you see it, you're like, okay, it made it and I'm fine with it. But this one was different because it's all over the place, and they made even versions of detergent that has a pistachio kanafa scent, perfume, soap, even what else? I would say even they put it on steak, and like pistachio kanafa on steak, like horrible. But people celebrated it in many ways because they just want to be part of the whole movement. So I feel proud, of course, but at the same time, it makes me realize that all the consistency in your hard work, all the consistency in your passion brings it to some point where everyone celebrates it with you. So it was more of a validation that I've done something right in my life.
Do you know, it's a nice way to look at it, I think. It is. It's kind of nice to hear that. So now you're on a new venture. You are the founder of Snap.
Correct.
That's your own company, and you're working on a new chocolate. So I haven't mentioned anything about this chocolate yet, other than it's there. So talk me through the stages and how you get to finish up with the flavor that we can expect.
All right. So when I thought about doing something that's more authentic, something that's really more of paying homage to the country that I consider as my second home, I thought about a way of giving back. And since it was already, we were already talking about the virality of Dubai chocolate, and I said I think Abu Dhabi deserves its own pedestal in the chocolate world. And I've lived in Abu Dhabi for about 8 years. I was actually working as an in-flight chef for Etihad, so I was really deeply infused into the culture. And this took about a year to come up with the flavors, and I thought about the flavors that resonate well with the Emirati. So this is more of celebrating the Emiratis in a chocolate bar this time. So nothing to do with doing marketing stunts that make it viral, but actually I just want this to be deeply rooted and very honest. So it has flavors of, it depends on which generation the Emirati person is actually enjoying the chocolate. If they are enjoying a lot of Arabic coffee, when they take a bite, it would remind them of their afternoons with the family having Arabic coffee with dates. If they are the younger generation, they would remember the halawa, which is more of a sweet treat that has saffron in there, and also a little bit of honey. And if you are the new generation, or probably you're not from the Emirati community, when you take a bite, it would remind you of salted caramel, kind of like a Snickers, but an Arabic Snickers. So it has different layers, and actually people were saying, Chef, this is difficult to copy. I said, yeah, copycats would not be easily copying this, because I made sure it has layers of experiences and flavors. It took me a year, so that they know that it's really crafted for the simple purpose of celebrating the Emirati culture.
So you're not sharing this recipe with anybody?
No, even if I shared, they wouldn't know the composition,
Really?
how many grams of each.
Is it like that though? Do you do that? Do you have to kind of, have you like got a copy of the recipe and it's in a safe somewhere, or
Well,
how's it
it's not
stored,
really in a
or
safe.
a digital locker or something?
Digital locker, I think that's the term. I
Yeah.
made sure that it's really well protected. I am using a software, so it stays there. I share it, but of course now we do NDAs and stuff like that. But again, if people want to steal the recipe, they can. But the thing is, I am very specific with the brands I use, also where to source the saffron, for example. So even if they get hold of the recipe, it may not have the same kind of flavor. I mean, maybe closer, but not really, because the soul is not there. It's just me, and it's my hand. So that creates a big difference between a copycat and myself.
Oh, and that's very important, I think, for something like this, because this comes from somewhere. It has a very particular taste, hopefully. And we'll try some in a minute. Hopefully, we can be honestly complimentary. I'm imagining we probably will be.
Yeah.
But it also, I hate to use the word soul, because I think that's kind of indefinable, but there is kind of a soul. If you know
Yes.
the person that's designed this. This is not design. This is creative.
Creative, yeah.
Hours of work and adjustments and
Yes.
this is work.
It's passion, it's love. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
different. You know, when you're cooking, when your mom or dad cooks food for you or breakfast, when it's out of love, it tastes wonderful. But if there was like a moment where everyone's unhappy, you have a burnt, fried egg or maybe a burnt toast. So that's how I would equate it with desserts. The same thing. If you are happy about what you're creating, you will feel it because it affects everything you put in there.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the business of it before we try some. I keep looking, thinking it's very difficult to not take a dip. What can you tell me about the business, the investment in the business, and how you're going to scale production? Because I'm guessing this should be a good thing. Abu Dhabi Chocolate has a certain ring to it. Really?
Right. So I used to own a production outfit before, and I've learned along the way that it's usually not the best way to do it. If you're scaling a business, it's best to work with somebody who already knows the business of scaling chocolate production, because it just cuts down all the nitty-gritty of learning how to scale it up. So I'm partnering with strategic people who can bring it to life in just, let's say, a month, so that we can produce enough number of bars. So my snap is actually with in partnership with a manufacturing company who respects my creativity, and it's a Belgian chef out there in Abu Dhabi who's doing it for me, and for the simple reason that because he understands chocolate than anyone else. I may be good at creating the flavors, but he also takes up to a different level by scaling it in a way that he knows the quality will be the same from day one up to the very end. So that's my business model. Just work with outsourced people who are good in doing things better than you could, possibly better than you. So you don't have to really figure out how to do it from day one.
Because chocolate's hard to work with.
It is hard to work with.
Temperature-wise,
it's very technical. So, and getting a Belgian chef to do it, they are proud of their chocolate. So they will make sure that their product is, taking a bit of themselves in that product as well. So that's my business model right now, to scale up, work with somebody who's really an expert, because it takes your business up in a very short time.
So this is completely different to Dubai chocolate in terms of the flavor and the look.
Correct.
Color. Your color palette is that salmon or
it's
orange?
Like a burnt orange, yes.
Like a burnt orange salmon kind of color.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get that out. I just want to ask you, while I'm looking at this very nicely packaged box, long term, where would you like to see? What are the long-term plans?
Long-term plans is really to make this, because right now this is a limited drop exclusively only in Abu Dhabi with Rain Cafe, who we partnered. And Rain, by the way, I was as well their consultant for almost 6 years. So they are homegrown, and since I have helped a lot of homegrown brands, it was right to partner with a brand that I've worked with for many years. So that's why we did this together. So you can only access it there for a month, and after that, we will be making smaller bars that are more accessible by many people, and it will be UAE wide and possibly even outside of the UAE, those who are really curious about the chocolate flavor.
Okay, so Abu Dhabi chocolate is going to become a thing in supermarkets near us
Yes,
soon. All right,
soon.
Let's just open the box here. So here's the look at that. Let me just, where's the camera?
You know why there's gold in there?
Well, I did expect some gold. I got to be honest, but so that's literally gold leaf.
24 karat gold.
24 karat
Yes.
gold leaf. Okay. I mean, of course, it's 24 karat
Yes.
gold leaf. It's a nice big thick bar. Let me just get this out of here. Oh, this is quite exciting. This is a bit like Eid or Christmas or something.
As we always say, if Dubai has pistachio, Abu Dhabi has gold.
Well, it works. And the chocolate, at first glance, the chocolate is lighter. It reminds me of a bar, the colour of a bar. When I was a kid, there was a bar called Karamak, which is kind of a caramel.
That's caramel, but salted caramel chocolate.
So this is salted caramel. What's it called on the label?
It's
Salted
called
caramel
amber.
halwa in
Yeah.
31% caramel chocolate.
Yeah.
Okay, all right then. Faraj, you ready for this? Faraj is. I always tell people that Faraj is behind a load of screens there working buttons. He's going to take a break from his online trading, which is what I think he actually does in the studio here. Let me just open this. All right then.
And a fun fact, by the way, we are on Dubai Air Show with this chocolate bar, so they're using it as a gift to all of the visitors of the air show.
It would be a very nice gift, I have
It
to say.
is.
There you go. It's a nice big piece of chocolate. Okay. So texture-wise, let me just see in the
It's
middle
different,
here.
yeah.
It is very different to Dubai chocolate. Oh, there is a little bit of that looks like pistachio. in
Yes, there is.
There's a little. So there's a little
Yes,
nod to
there is,
you know, regional love of pistachio,
Exactly.
I suppose. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Mm. Oh, that's not bad. It's not like a traditional salted caramel.
No.
It has like not a bitterness. I guess that's the saffron, like an
Cardamom, maybe.
cardamom. That's what it is. Absolutely, it's got- there's a, but it's not kind of in the back of your throat like a lot of cardamom can be. It's very. It tastes to me very Emirati. That's the
It
first
is,
thing. So
exactly.
mm,
And that's hard to capture, by the way. I had to give it to the older generation of Emiratis to get their nod of approval before I actually launched it, because it has to respect their culture.
mm. And it does. But there is also some texture. There's crunch in there. Faraj, what do you think? I mean, you're just wolfing it down. You're loving this, aren't you? What do you-
Yeah. So just
I'll just have a bit more while you
It's,
take over.
I mean, it's what is it called? It's reminding me of so many different kind of sweets and treats
Yeah.
of this country, you know. So, I don't know what those sweets are called, but it's kind of like Emirati toffee
Exactly. yeah.
mixed with like a light layer of almost like this light cocoa.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so I'm getting somewhere, Tim.
Yeah.
I'm getting somewhere.
Some people even say it reminds them of karak chai a little bit, slightly. So,
the
yeah.
cardamom. The
As
cardamom.
soon as
yeah.
you say that,
Yeah.
you can sort of picture it. But there's a lot going on.
Yes.
It's quite a complex
It
flavour.
is. It is.
So I now believe that it took you a year
Yeah.
to do. It's very tasty, really very tasty. But it tastes lighter
Yes,
to me.
it is
in a
lighter,
weird
yeah.
kind of a way. Is
Yeah.
that, and
It's
is
something that
the
you. Yes, that's the idea.
31% chocolate? I don't know.
31% for the salted caramel.
Creamy as well. There's loads going on here. This is good. Our new resident food critic, Faraj, over there. The seal of approval, thumbs up.
Layer and layer upon,
I love it because it's nothing like it's nothing like what people have, I think, tasted.
Yes.
It's something completely different. Like I said, it's you just created Arabic toffee, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. Something that people know that's respectful of the culture, but at the same time you can still enjoy because there's some elements that are familiar, but yet there's other layers of flavor there that is more of experiential, in my opinion.
Good luck to the competitors trying to copy it as well, by the way. The gold leaf, I mean, it looks like a premium bar. Have you got any idea in terms of pricing, what it might be when it's actually on the shelves in the
Yes.
supermarkets
Well,
or duty free?
for this size, we are selling this for 100 dirhams.
Okay.
But when we launch the 90-gram bar, which is the usual snap bar size, it will go with the same pricing, like 40 to 45. So it will be the same retail price as any of our snap bars, but without the gold leaf this time, because it's gonna raise the prices really up, because now the price of gold is going up. So we want to make sure that it's accessible and for them to enjoy. So this is more of us celebrating it first, because National Day is coming up as well, and after that, it will be accessible by everyone, like easily,
Okay, so
affordable.
this is you've launched, but is it soft launch? Is there going to be a big splash at
Yes,
some
so
point
it's soft
soon?
launch, and I think we're doing something for the National Day. Yeah, more details on that soon. But what we've done here is actually us being on the Dubai Air Show with Royal Jet is a big thing because they really loved it. So they carried it because all the Emiratis went crazy about the chocolate.
Well, Katis is the founder of Snap. He is the creative brain behind the new chocolate. And
Your Excellency Abduli Joe, all the way from
The Gambia.
the Gambia. It's
Smiling
very
Coast
nice. It's
of
very
Africa.
nice to see you. Let me welcome you first of all to Dubai, to the Future Hospitality Summit. Tell me your thoughts so far. How are you enjoying yourself?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, to talk about the event, FHS and the UAE Africa Tourism Investment Summit.
Sure.
We're here under the invitation of the Honorable Minister of Economy and Tourism
Yes.
of the UAE to interact and create connectivity
Okay.
and expose the investment opportunities that exist in our tourism destination. So far, the day started, on a very high note with very inspiring statements provided by the Honorable Minister and the other dignitaries, representing Africa, as well as the Commissioner for Africa under the UN Tourism, as well as the panel discussions.
Okay.
I think the panel discussion, one of the takeaway, especially with respect to the private sector, a panel discussion where Marriott International Accord were featured, as well as the other hotels chain. Just telling us as policymakers, what is it that we have to do to be able to create the enabling environment for the private sector to be able to invest in our destinations and thrive. So far, it's very inspiring, it's very thought-provoking, and above all, connectivity, it creates connectivity.
It's an opportunity, isn't it, to meet people, to network with people, and you're in a place, in a city, which has become a hub, very much a tourism hub. And I guess there are lessons in that you can take away. If there was one thing so far that has hit you that you're going to take back home as the Minister of Tourism, could you put that into a simple paragraph?
Effectively, I think we are always inspired when we come to Dubai. Because how the tsunami transformation that has taken place here is phenomenal.
Yes.
So it is always a good thing to be here and see the visibility alone is something that can always inspire anyone that comes here. More so, hearing from the authorities.
Okay.
What is it that they have been doing, how they have done it, and the other thing, which the guy from IFC, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, said that they have a saying that you don't wake up somebody that's not sleeping, and certainly Dubai is not sleeping.
For sure.
So that statement itself, it's inspiring, and for us, we're always intrigued about how this place have been able to use connectivity among all other gamut of policies to transform this destination to be a destination of choice so that everybody wants to come here.
Yeah.
So, and one thing about these kind of platforms, one, is that if you do not go out of your cocoon, you will not add on to what you know. And just being here, the small things that you see and these interactions enriches our intuition to be able to do things better.
It's an interesting point because at some point you have to be open, don't you, to opportunity, and that's really the key. Opportunity is always there. It's whether you take it or not, I guess. I have to be honest with you, Minister, I don't have a great deal of knowledge about the situation in Gambia when it comes to tourism. Could you, for the benefit of our listeners, for our viewers, just sum up where tourism is now in the Gambia and where your leadership will hopefully take tourism?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier on, the Gambia is known as the smiling coast of Africa.
Sure.
We don't get that title out of nothing because we are a very friendly, very peaceful, and very secure destination, very welcoming.
Yeah.
We have wonderful infrastructure. I mean, we are almost from Europe, about 5.5 hours by flight.
Okay.
In West Africa, we have pristine beaches, unspoiled. What we have been able to do in terms of numbers, as you very well know, most countries have been hit by the COVID.
Yes.
So we are on the road to recovery.
Yes.
We have a spectacular investment opportunity, incentives for private sector to thrive in the tourism sector, among other sectors. The tourism is a priority sector. But what we have done now is that our new strategy is to try to increase our numbers of visitors into the country. How are we planning to do that? We're doing that in partnership, collaborative partnership with the private sector.
Okay.
To make sure that the private sector takes the lead. And our role as a government, in terms of policies, in terms of regulation, becomes facilitatory rather than being commanding. So, and we believe that with this new strategy, in terms of new approach that we are leveraging on, in terms of digital marketing, is something that we believe will provide more visibility for more people to come into the Gambia and create that number increase that we're looking for.
In terms of numbers, if I can pin you down slightly, what are you looking to go from? What's the basic
Currently,
moment?
for example, pre-COVID was about 200 and something thousand.
Okay.
So we are aiming to get to 1 million.
Okay.
Yes. And
Is
it
there
requires
a time frame for that?
we have a track strategy. A tourism policy and strategy goes from 2023 to 2032.
Okay.
So we are working on that.
What could a tourist expect in the Gambia? What do people look for when they come to the country now?
The beach, cultural tourism,
Okay.
heritage. We have a amazing river that you can cruise and see hippos and see, dolphins interact. It's the best thing that you can have anywhere in the world.
I just want to make a point with you there. When I was a child, my father worked in Cameroon, not a million miles away from the Gambia. So I have great memories as a 10, 11-year-old boy in Africa and the experiences that I had. And what's interesting there is you frame yourself as the smiling nation, and that, I think, for me, as a young boy, is probably my overriding memory of Cameroon. Clearly a completely different country, but it was all about the people for me. And I think that's a really undervalued, in many cases in tourism, that's an undervalued resource, isn't it?
Yeah, as somebody said earlier on, we're not just relying on tourism on a seasonal basis.
Right.
We're looking at tourism as an engine of growth. And if you're selling a garment, you go do a window shopping in M&S, or you go to Primark.
Sure.
If it is not well dressed and presented,
Yes.
you will never buy.
It's a good point.
Behind it is a quality as well.
Yeah.
You look at those things. What you see in the Gambia, in terms of the smile, in terms of the friendliness, in terms of accommodating visitors, is really what you get when you get to the Gambia. And that's why in the country, we continue to have repeaters from the UK, we have repeaters from the Netherlands, from Belgium. In fact, the tourism was started by the Scandinavians. But because of some shift, we are trying to bring back the Scandinavian as well as the Germans with FTI. because FTI collapsed and all that. So it's a mixture. And we're also relying on, wellness tourism,
Okay.
as well as, tapping on our diasporans in the US through the Roots Homecoming Festival. You've heard about Alex Haley, when you were young, the Roots.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, I
So
do.
that is something that originated from the Gambia.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Yes, it is from the Gambia, and we are trying to rebrand it
Okay.
to make sure that there is greater awareness of the cultural heritage of the Gambia.
This is the thing, isn't it? It is when it comes to destinations. I was talking to somebody earlier today and I said, look, 30 years ago, Abu Dhabi, for lots of British tourists, is that in Wales? We don't know quite where that is. Nowadays, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah to an extent, where we are now in the United Emirates, are international destinations, and they hold I think it's fair to say they hold a position in tourism and hospitality. And I guess you're on that journey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's an issue of, in here, they have God-giving natural resources.
Yes.
And they've been able to harness that
Yes.
beyond the oil into the human capital and build the capacities of the people, diversification. And that is exactly what we are doing in the Gambia. We have a project which is funded by the World Bank called the Tourism Diversification and Resilience Project. Climate friendly, sustainability, inclusiveness, stakeholder participation, all of it is part of it. Because today, people are not just going into hotels, going to the beach, they want to see the culture. They want to see nature.
Sure. Yeah.
And interact. And these are all the things that we are building up. And we are hopeful that learning from Dubai, what they have been able to do, UAE, others, we will be able to move on a fly path, cruising altitude.
I like it. Moving northwards. Well, look, I wish you all the best at the
Thank you,
summit
Tim.
with the connectivity. His Excellency
Thank you.
Abdullah Joe, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture from the Gambia. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
You've been given this opportunity. And we hope we'll have an opportunity to meet again.
Mira Business FM, this is the Morning Drive. We're live on the website, mirabusiness.fm. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Dailymotion, X for News, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. You can contact us very simply, info@mira.fm or WhatsApp. Don't need the number, I'll give it to you, but you just need to type into your browser, whatsapp.mira.fm, or if you'd rather do it the old-fashioned way, 522 789 567. A subscribe or a thumbs up or a like is always very appreciated. Now on the program, microdramas, TV microdramas, the business of that. Forget the $200 million budget for a 10-episode prestige drama, the series that we all binge watch these days. The fastest growing and most profitable corner of global entertainment is now built on 90-second episodes. It's a $1 billion market globally right now, and it's generating platforms that pull in $200,000 plus a day. Omar Sariaddin is the deputy CEO of 9 Yards Communications, and they're about to launch a local production in Q1 next year. Omar, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here, brother. Thank you very much.
Good to have you. So, look, this is vertical video content growing into a huge global market. It's disrupting, to use the correct vernacular, the streaming sector. Can you explain, first of all, why this kind of cheap and cheerful content is now, outperforming, prestige Hollywood drama? And also, give us an idea of the reaction of traditional studios and streamers, the Netflixes, the Disneys of this world, to what's become a very sudden, profitable challenge.
Very interesting question, brother. Very quickly, to put it in a nutshell, we are living in a heightened consumer market, more or less. And the demand for instant gratification is becoming higher and higher, especially with Gen Alpha and the new Gen that's coming up as well. Our partners in this pursuit for establishing this fund are pioneers in what you call the short dramas. And it's having an exponential growth for the past 10 years, not just in Southeast Asia, but all over the world, more or less. In Europe, it's gaining a lot of traction. In the US, it's already a boom over there. And definitely it's coming to the Middle East as well. So this the demand for quick gratification and those kind of dramas is really at the peak at this time of the industry. And Mega Matrix, our Chinese slash American partners, are really pioneers in that. They have perfected the art of short dramas to a large extent, and having really a huge success across multiple places in the world. And I believe having content specialized and tailored for the Middle East region will add a lot to the portfolio of short dramas. Already, it's in demand in the Middle East through multiple platforms, but there is nothing yet that is designed and curated for the Middle East region.
Well, this is the thing. It's interesting. I don't know a great deal about micro dramas. I'll be honest. I remember you signing the agreement. It was earlier this year. Was it Q1 this year? I think it was. You announced the agreement originally. I don't know much about micro dramas other than being a little bit skeptical of it. But I took a step back, and I do this a lot because I realize I'm not right about everything. But I can see the attraction of this if you're sat on the bus catching up with the drama. I can imagine myself getting pulled into something like this. And I'm a cynical, grumpy old man. So this is something that's coming. And to anybody watching or listening at the moment thinking, oh, that'll never take off, this has taken off.
Absolutely, it has taken off big time, quite frankly. I'm like you, my friend. I'm not a fan of short dramas, to be quite frank with you. I'm at an age which I passed this phase of searching for quick gratification, quite frankly. But amazingly, for the new gen and a lot of the millennials as well, it's becoming a huge thing.
Right.
And the figures that I've seen of what's happening in Southeast Asia, which are their main market when they launched it, whether it's in Thailand, whether it's in China, whether it's in Korea, and so on, the traction is unbelievable, and the amount of demand is huge, really.
Micro dramas don't necessarily rely on subscriptions. Some of them use kind of microtransactions. So, you essentially buy coins and that unlocks the next episode. Why is this pay to continue model proving, so much more lucrative than, traditional streaming subscription models? And do you see this as something that other, the TV giants might adopt?
Quite frankly, I think we will come to a point. Well, it's very similar to the AI transformation now. Some people a couple of years ago were skeptical about where AI is going to go and how it's going to change the whole social, if I may, structure, more or less. Now, no one is skeptical about this. It is changing. The truth is, no one can fathom the changes and implication of AI into our daily lives, into our work structure, into our social structure. But that's going to be massive, and day on day it's growing, and it's getting better and better. And we're talking about general AI very soon as well. So it's very similar to that story, more or less. So yes, streaming, big giants of streaming service like Netflix or HBO are not yet giving it the attention it requires. But if you look at figures coming from streaming services from Asia, it tells a completely different story. And the interesting bit, my friend, is when they opened or when they started off in the American market. I have the figures and I looked at them. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that the American markets will receive such a new format of dramas with such excitement and huge demand, quite frankly. So at some point, I believe definitely this traditional streaming services, now we can call them legacy It's amazing how things are dated very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Legacy streaming services like HBO and Netflix, I believe they're gonna be one of the adopters very soon.
Okay. So just how do we quantify how lucrative this could potentially be? These series are made very quickly. They're made very cheaply. What's the typical production cost for a full, I don't know, 60, 80 episode microdrama series? And what kind of return on investment are producers and investors seeing compared to a typical, a standard TV series?
That's an amazing question, quite frankly. So I'm gonna disclose some figures. Yeah.
Okay.
Interestingly, a full series that ranges between 60 to 100 episodes costs something between $150,000 to $200,000. But supporting that, you have the main infrastructure,
Right.
and that's a key component. And when you factor in the cost, so if you want to start from zero without having the infrastructure, like for example, studios that are already prepared for short dramas, whether it's writers, whether it's producers, directors, and so on, it's going to be a little bit of a hassle, I may say. But if you have the right infrastructure in place, the cost will not go more than $200,000. Believe it or not, that's the truth, brother. And the interesting part is the cast. So you don't need to have those mega stars as cast to have your audience. Though I think at some point of time it will grab the attention of mega stars as well, but probably it's too early to do that at the moment. I guess eventually it will. Nonetheless, if you look at the cost versus the revenue that you're making out of this, I believe there is a factor of ×3 compared to traditional dramas, at least.
×3.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're starting to build up a picture of how attractive this is. I wanted to just look at a little bit of background very quickly to try to get a grip on how much of a hold this is taking, because Hollywood is getting in on this. This month, Fox announced an equity stake in Holy Water, which is a Ukrainian verticals company. They own the My Drama app, lots of shows there. Last month, Miramax CEO Bill Block revealed a new venture, Gamma Time, which is a microdrama app. Kim Kardashian and her mother, I believe, are investors in that. In August, MicroCo started up, so they're looking to bring Hollywood know-how to this kind of burgeoning format. You're doing it in this part of the world, looking very much at the MENA region, this kind of part of the world. Again, I'm kind of staggered at how much this is catching on, and I feel as though, I have to be honest, I'm kind of catching up, Omar.
It is true. It is. It's coming with a vengeance. Quite frankly, there is a lot of companies that are trying to invest in this. Even our partners who are listed in New York Stock Exchange, they are. It will be announced very soon that they're gonna acquire one of the short drama companies that exist in the U.S. as well, to strengthen their grounding in the U.S. market. So there's a lot, yes, there's a lot of action that's happening. But I think in 2026 and 2027, you're going to hear a lot of news and a lot of buzz around short dramas in the US market specifically, and in the UK market as well, to a lesser extent, I would say, in the European market as a whole. But yeah, if it gains traction in the US, I believe it's gonna get a stronghold everywhere else.
Well, let's just consider that for a moment, whether if it does gain traction in the US, and look at some of the figures. By some estimates, verticals are set to make over $3 billion outside of China. And the best, guesstimates that we have for that at the moment, something like 1/10 of that is within the US. So, to me, that's a platform that something is really beginning to work from. And I think that's a very easy thing to read. What's really interesting, again, is the catch up that we're all doing. Many of us won't have even seen a microdrama or paid them any attention. Lots of us won't even know what a microdrama is, but it's already $1 billion industry. Would it be fair to say that if this does catch on, really catch on, takes fire, if you like, in the US, that we have a whole new entertainment format beginning? Is that even a reasonable statement?
That's a very reasonable statement, without any doubt. I believe this is part of the future of entertainment. It's no longer a guess, as long as this is gaining such traction. And the truth is, my friend, that we cannot negate the influence of AI on cinema. It's going to be tremendous.
Okay.
I'll give you an example that will put things in a clearer position. So, one of the projects our partners are working on, actually they finalized it, which is an AI with machine learning that technically from text to video direct production. So, for example, there's a very famous anime kind of series that's very famous in China. Each episode used to cost something around $10 to $15 million, and it took something around 3 months to finish each episode. It's very famous. Through AI, technically, you can do it pre-production and post-production something around a week to finish it. It's a proprietary AI tool that allows you technically to create videos directly from text. So the actual platform that understands the characters, to understand who they are, how they act, how they react, how they walk, how they talk, all those details are fed into the system. So when I say that character X is fighting character Y, for example, on the surface of the moon, and they're using their primary weapon, then their secondary weapon, and so on and so forth, it almost instantly it produces the animation on the other side. And I believe this AI power, I would call it, it's gonna even give short dramas much more steam to move ahead even faster.
It's it's interesting. It's ever so slightly scary, but interesting. So this is no fad. The microdrama, short drama idea is no fad. We have seen this before, Omar. Quibi, it was called, I believe, was similar content for mobile devices. That was what, 2018. It raised billions of dollars. They had an experienced team. Demi Lovato, I think, was contracted at one point there. But that didn't work. Is that because we just weren't ready? I don't know. We didn't have the data packages on my phones. Why do you think that was?
Well, if you put the interesting bit is that the Asian market, specifically the Chinese market, this is where it all really started, more or less, and the Korean markets. The Chinese market was exposed to this format long time before the Western market was. And I'll give you the data from the past 2 years, for example. So there are two reasons. Let me continue by telling you there are two reasons. First, there was a major, I would say, lack in platforms that technically provide such a format. So technically, if you want to subscribe to fairly good content platform that provides such format, you have to go to Chinese or Korean platforms, mostly. But now, those platforms that didn't exist back then or properly existed for political and non-political reasons in the US or the European market, they do now exist. And they are producing content that is relevant to the European market and the American market. And that's the interesting stuff. So the accessibility is there, the platform exists there, and the content that relates to the consumer is there. Those 3 points, which weren't there in 2018, are there now. They exist now. And this is why I believe the massive growth year on year, and especially in the American market, we can see it in our reports almost every week. There's a huge jump from one tier to another.
Let me ask you about, virality of advertising, of content a little bit. A lot of this content is promoted, there are short form ads on TikTok, for example. What's the strategy behind this kind of marketing? It's very aggressive. Does the low cost of content production allow you to sustain a higher cost of user acquisition in a market like the MENA? I mean, the MENA is a competitive market.
Absolutely. Well, that's a question I like, quite frankly. I love this question. Look, let me start by putting it this way. The MENA in general is extremely rich with a lot of stories that no one knows about, really.
Yeah.
And we don't tell these stories to the world. There's a lot of stories that's happening here, a lot of things that historically took place in the MENA region. And it's the land of stories. The Middle East is the land of stories. And people don't know much about the Middle East, except few non-pleasant things and few extremely pleasant things. But the reality of what the MENA region is about is still untapped. So this is one of the reasons why we jumped into that, because the stories that can emerge from the MENA region are relevant and will resonate with anyone, really, with anyone, because they have human universal values that can really touch anyone, more or less. This is one of the reasons. The other reason is, yes, the cost of acquisition per customer is way less than what you might call the more traditional platforms. That's very important. And TikTok definitely played an amazing role in promoting this platform across the board. So yeah, there are some. It's a multivariant equation, I would say. Why this investment makes sense is because of so many things just fall in place at the right time. And I have no doubt in my mind that eventually, in 1 year or 5 years, I can't tell exactly, this is going to be one of the main formats of entertainment that exists on legacy streaming services and the new upcoming services as well, or platforms.
So you've partnered with a giant Chinese entity to bring this model to the region. Production starts Q1 next year. What does this bridge between here in the UAE and Asia mean for the growth of local Arabic language microdramas? What are the challenges, cultural challenges and opportunities if you're going to localize this kind of, let's face it, it's hyper dramatic content?
Absolutely. Now, the interesting bit is that, to be frank with you, brother, I didn't expect that, really. So one of the major concerns that we had is whether we have proper writers, script writers, and so on, producers, directors that can cope quickly with such a format. And to our astonishment, there is a lot of writers that are very well familiar with this format, and they produce some really relevant and excellent content. And I believe we have already bought some of the rights for some of that stuff as well. And our team has been working with some production companies across the MENA region, from Egypt to UAE to Saudi and so on. And they're extremely familiar with that. And that came to me with a wow moment. I didn't expect that, quite frankly. Even our partners, the Chinese, didn't expect that. And this was one of our major concerns: to what extent we are capable to produce Arabic content that will resonate with the people of MENA region, and also within the format of the short dramas. But I believe that the challenge is not a big deal. We're bypassing that.
But it's worked to a certain extent with, some of the podcast entities around the region. I've done work with podcast companies who produce content, tell stories in Arabic here in the UAE. I've worked with a company who work out of Jordan, and they're doing the same thing, and they're seeing real pickup for content. I mean, simply put, there is not enough content online in Arabic.
That's so true. Let me ask you a question, please.
Go on.
When was the last time you binge watched a 45 minutes to an hour episode series?
The honest answer, I very, very rarely binge watch. I don't have enough time really to watch that much TV, but no, it's been a while.
Exactly. Uh, Quite frankly, if you look at most people who are part of the workforce, they don't have the luxury of time
Mm.
to go and watch and binge watch those long series, long episodes, and so on anymore. But if they want to watch TV, they want something that entertains them and give them that, quick, dopamine. I would say dopamine.
It's a little bit of escapism, isn't it? Very much, I think, TV watching. It's a way of kind of losing yourself, forgetting the pressures of the day for a lot of people.
Absolutely true. And maybe you need a healthy dose of that on a daily basis, probably. But definitely, you cannot spend each night 3 or 2 hours binge watching a series on TV. If you are being serious about your life, anyways, it's impossible to do that. And this is one I discovered. My sister is a working lady. She works like 9 hours a day. And I discovered that my sister is watching Korean short dramas, and she's been doing that for the past 2 years. I was shocked when I learned that my sister is doing that already, and she watches probably more or less half a season each single day, and that's in few minutes.
Mm. Your sister, Omar, is ahead of the curve, obviously, which is kind of cool. Look, microdramas, they target sort of commuters, people who are on a short break generally, if you're time constrained as well. Is this a niche market? I guess at the moment it's very much that, but is that the way it will develop? Or is it fundamentally challenging and changing, consumer attention spans? Is it going to force the giants, the Netflixes, the Disneys, the NBCs to rethink content lengths and the way they deliver the entertainment that they produce?
Tim, I think there's a fundamental difference between streaming services, the ones that you mentioned, and short dramas.
Okay.
Well, when you produce a piece of content for Netflix, for example, the longer in terms of time, the better it is for the platform, because technically they want to fill up time at the end of the day. So they operate by the mindset that the more time I have as a platform, the more I can give to my consumers. So uh, it's more or less a business decision that makes sense from the economical point of view. So they have these platforms with so many different productions, and the more time they can put on air, the better it is for them and for consumers. So sometimes I have Netflix since years, and I can't remember when was the last time I watched a series. But at the same time, I'm saying that the episode per series time is getting longer and longer and longer, and that's due to that fundamental difference between the traditional streaming services and the new ones. And I don't think it's gonna change instantly, but I think that there's gonna be a massive improvement in introducing short dramas into these platforms. Though it cannot serve the purpose that they want, but it's like bitcoins. You like it, or crypto. Sorry, you like it, you hate it. It is out there. It is out there. No one can stop it. So I think this is the only reason that will make such giants adopt, even though slow on a much slower pace, this new format. While other formats or the new formats that are geared for short dramas, uh, you find that this is the main content they provide, and everyone on their platforms is seeking this type of content. And you see now there's a huge migration from those traditional streaming services to new platforms that are mainly geared for short dramas.
Hmm. Uh, let's look at the inward, at the UAE for a moment. Reports suggest that this industry is accelerating towards a multi-billion-dollar valuation. That's what we've seen so far. Given your partnership and your fund, how's the UAE, do you think, Omar, positioning itself as a production investment hub for what somebody, a wag has termed this microdrama gold rush? And what long-term economic impact might this have on the creative economy here in the Emirates?
Lovely question. Uh, Two parts to answer this. First of all, there is a massive infrastructure for the in the UAE that can be leveraged big time for short dramas. Really massive. And there's a system that, especially in Abu Dhabi as well, they have as a rebate for production in the UAE, which is a very interesting system, and it makes production much easier in terms of costing. And there's a lot of support and a lot of cash rebates as well.
Yeah.
This is one part of the formula, and the other part is the UAE is a bridge between cultures and different cultures from around the world. And such an amazing country, you have 200 different nationalities living in the UAE. So it's really the land where everything is living together harmoniously, and that you don't see it in a lot of places around the world, especially to that extent. So I think inherently the UAE is culturally geared to receive such a new format, new content as well, and they have the right infrastructure that can speed up the process of production on many different levels. I believe it's one of the most interesting markets in the world to launch something like that, not just for the region, but could be also to the world. And this is our long-term plan as well.
It's going to be fascinating to watch this develop. You announced your partnership earlier this year, production Q1 next year. You're apparently, I believe, going to be venturing into film production as well. But what's the status now? When is production? I mean, I guess production's ongoing, but when are we going to see microdramas filmed downtown on the creek, in the Louvre, or the Gold Souk?
I believe, brother, I believe in the mid to end of Q1, we're going to start actual filming.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the process of finalizing the fund at ADGM. More or less, all the other stuff are in place because we have very experienced partner on that front as well. So they've done that for many years, and it's easy to just pull all the pieces together. Once this is done, I believe we're ready to mobilize and move fast.
Okay. Final question for you, personal question for you, Omar. Favorite TV show?
That's a good one. Gosh, favorite TV show. I don't have a favorite TV show, quite frankly. I don't watch TV.
Okay.
Sorry, brother, but that's the truth. I don't watch TV.
I was hoping for a Sopranos or a Breaking Bad or something, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Omar, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. Omar Sariaddin is the Deputy CEO at 9 Yards Communications. Thank you for being with us on Mira Business FM.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Have a lovely day.
Andrew, good to have you here. TV microdramas. Forget $200 million budgets for a 10-episode prestige drama. We now have a new billion-dollar market globally, and it's on your mobile phone vertical. Omar Sariaddin joining us at Mira Business FM. It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. It's me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. info@mira.fm is the email address to get in touch. WhatsApp is very simple. Type into your browser whatsapp.mira.fm, and that will bring up the box. You don't have to remember numbers or save us, or that should work pretty well. Also, we're on YouTube, we're streaming. You can watch again there, and all your usual social channels, you know where they are, wherever you favor, plus wherever you get your podcasts from. Now, executive mentoring, strategic advice, and a lot more executive coaching. I'll ask the gentleman in question in a second. Aidan O'Brien is a globally respected strategic advisor. He's an executive mentor, an international keynote speaker, and Aidan, you've worked with clients across 5 continents. That's great. You've trained nearly 1 million people worldwide, the bio says here. You're smiling. 1 million people, that's a big amount.
I've spoken on stage to about 1 million. So I've been speaking on stage 16 years now. So all over the world, built different businesses from 2010 to 18, and we had some big stages there. 18,000 people in Krakow and Poland and Prague. And then every year, multiple events. Yeah, so the numbers creep up quickly. How many trained perspective? We're probably smaller than that, but it sounds good, at least.
Well, no, it does. I mean, that's one of the reasons it's been so hard to track you down, because, we have to follow you across 5 continents. 1 million people are in front of us. The point of all this is you're pretty busy.
Yeah, and it's funny, I don't like the word busy, but I guess I am. I'm doing things every day for 50 hours.
Why don't you like busy?
I think words actually, they carry so much weight. And one of the things I'm always telling clients is, casualness leads to casualties, right? So if you're casual with your language, it leads to the death of the deal, of your confidence, of focus. Casualness leads to casualties. And I think we're far too casual with language, actually. So the words like need, I don't like. We don't need to do anything. We want or we don't want. We do or we don't do. And busy is just a word people throw out like, you busy, you busy. And I say it and I catch myself, and I'm still struggling to find a better word to replace it. But
well, I was going to ask you for that. I mean, years ago, I worked for a radio station, and we used to interview people, and we would say at the end of their spiel, we'd be like, absolutely, and move on. And somebody texted in and said, I'm fed up with you saying absolutely. And they were pretty direct with some quite direct language. Yeah. So there were 2 hosts. Both of us said, right, we'll have a money jar there. Whenever we say absolutely, we'll put money in the jar. Yeah. So we did. And after about a week, I don't use the word absolutely anymore. So I get you. And I guess this is one of the things that you harp on is the wrong word, again, using language casually. But one of the things you need to get through to people is focus, isn't it? And
absolutely.
Do what you need to do.
Yeah, so I'm a big believer. I'm a bit of a Trojan horse, actually. I'm kind of known as the leadership, the business growth guy, the strategic guy. But I'm always bringing in really the alignment, the awareness, the clarity. Okay. And I think most people in my kind of world, and even in mainstream personal and professional development, they're telling people to add on things, do this and do this. I'm a big believer in letting go first. I always say stopping the don'ts is more important than starting the do's.
Okay.
We have to figure out what are the don'ts first. We got to create space. Everyone listening here, they don't need more work. They don't need to do more. They don't need some guy come around and say, you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do. No, what do we have to stop doing first? And that's the key. Can we remove some of the noise? And most business owners, most leaders, corporate executives, they're just overrun with work, but they're not focused. They're not aligned. They don't know what really moves the needle. They don't have leverage in their actions. And that's why most businesses and people struggle and they stagnate, is because they get incremental growth. I'm a believer in multiplying your business. And I think you can if you identify what to let go of, what to delegate, automate, eliminate, and what moves the needle, what gives us leverage. So that's how we work, or that's how I work around focus in particular, letting go.
So, I mean, make life as easy as you possibly can. And then the issue to me is always, well, you try to do that and you try to, I don't know, set your tasks for the day and run through them and tick them as you go by. But you get pulled all over the place as a busy, I'm using that word again, as a constantly moving executive, don't you? How do you do that?
It's lack of clarity. One of the first things I do in every company, we go in and we redefine the roles. I need to know everyone in the team, everyone in the business, what are they actually doing? Because most people are living off their legacy in their title as opposed to what they actually do best that moves the needle. So again, creating space is the first thing. Are you willing to create space to have this conversation? A lot of guys aren't because they're too busy. You know, they're too busy running. And so that's the first thing. Who's wise enough to create the space? You know, I'm a big believer that we don't know what we don't know. Like, we know what we know, and we know what we don't know. Like, you know you don't speak Chinese, you know you don't play the guitar, you know you don't do this, but you don't know what you don't know. And most executives and most business owners, most founders, their biggest problem is they think they know enough. It's actually
Okay.
all of our problem. We think we know enough as it is, and we don't.
So we should recognise that we don't know stuff.
Exactly. And that we don't know what we don't know. And
Okay.
that's the gap, because the gap from where we are to where we want to be is the same gap as what we know and what we don't know, and what we're doing and what we're not doing. People think it's this mystical journey we have to, to figure out, but it's very simple actually. The closer to truth you get, the simpler it gets. We just have to know there's things we don't know. So unfortunately, most people give away their time casually. So people will spend years doing the wrong stuff because they think they're going to live forever. But people are afraid to spend money to shorten the time, whereas I encourage people to spend money and shorten the time. Buy back your time.
It's difficult though to do that, isn't it? Because look, if I give you my time, there's for me there's a real kind of lack of arrogance to that. And if I say, look, I just don't have time for you now, I always feel that's a little bit arrogant. A lot of people want to spend time because they feel as though it's it's a mentoring thing, or they need to do it for the business. But your argument is maybe you probably don't need to. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is you need to shorten the times doing the wrong things.
Still offer it,
so you
but-
need to invest money now. You either invest money or you invest time. Most people don't want to spend money because they value money over time. And that's one of the biggest myths of that we're taught since we're kids, that time is money. You heard that, right? Time is money.
I've never believed that, to be honest with you.
But it's not. Time is infinitely more valuable than money.
Yeah.
Because if I gave you $10 million today, you take it, right? If I brought it with me because you're a great host, Tim, I have $10 million for you today in cash. You want it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course. One caveat, you don't wake up tomorrow. You still want it?
Maybe not.
Maybe not, because time, innately, time is more valuable than money. But as
That
people,
really made the point, by the way. I
yeah,
have to
we
tell
give
you.
we give away all our time so casually. So what I'm saying is, buy back your time. Don't be afraid to hire the executive assistant or the PA. Don't be afraid to hire someone that you can delegate. Don't be afraid to bring in the right mentor or advisor who can show you. Like, I've been obsessed with this for 20 years, right? I've built businesses for years and all over the world, as you mentioned earlier. All I do is put my ideas in their head. Like, you have expertise already. You're a master at what you do. Put my ideas in your head so we can save time, so you can get your time back. That'll cost you some money, but it'll cost... What it costs to do it is way less than what it costs not to do. Because not doing it, you're going to keep spending time, and also you're still not doing the right things that are going to help you scale your business as fast as you could.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Do you find in your business that there are, and I ask this because I'm naturally a little bit cynical, but I think there are a lot of people in your profession, and I'm not pointing at you, this is a genuine question. I think there are a lot of snake oil salesmen in your profession. Do you, how do you view your profession? Because it's almost intangible in lots of ways, isn't it?
I love that you said that. I always say there's quantitative returns and qualitative. And a lot of guys out there selling the quantitative, like make $10,000 a month and get to 6 figures and get to 7 figures. And a lot of what I do, that Trojan horse part, is really qualitative. It is the clarity, it is the certainty, it is the awareness. But, for me, I told you off air, like, I always tell people I'd rather show you what I do than tell you what I do.
You do.
Because I get it a bit cringe. I don't like saying the word coaching and mentoring because there's such a stigma around it. People have such a... Already there's a stereotype in their mind, and I say, listen, come to one of my events, I'd rather show you, because what I do doesn't fit into that. And the only, I suppose what makes a good mentor, if someone is out here looking for a mentor or a coach or an advisor, you don't have, it doesn't matter if it's me, but how do you choose the right one? A mentor or an advisor can only take you as far as they've gone themselves. And most haven't gone that far. So what you want to do is you want to find out who's walked the path actually already, who's gone down the road. That's the person who can guide you. And if they haven't, then they're not worth listening to, in my opinion.
Well, I would kind of echo that, because I look at, I've talked to lots of people who are, strategic coaches, business coaches, life coaches, all those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And I look at it very cynically. I'll be absolutely honest with you.
Me too.
And it's good to hear, because a lot of the time I think, I don't think you've been through this. I think you've read a book about it.
Exactly. Well, it's funny you said that, because I call that borrowed knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think that we all start with, you started with borrowed knowledge, right?
For sure.
We all start with borrowed knowledge.
Yeah.
And then if you will live it enough, it becomes knowing. And that's what you have as a host. How long are you hosting radio and doing things like the broadcasting?
25 years.
25 years. So it's a level of knowing. Like what you can do now with minimal effort used to take you a lot of effort 25 years ago. When you first came in, remembering everything and the mic and the producer. And now you do it effortlessly,
I've
right?
forgotten more than I know. I'll be
Exactly.
honest
So,
with you.
and that's the point, though, is that you start with borrowed knowledge, and that's okay to start. I started with borrowed knowledge back in 2008, 2009, building business, figuring things out. But if you live it enough and you walk the path, it becomes knowing. And then that's a different level. And that's, I think you can see very quickly when you listen to someone if it's borrowed knowledge or if it's knowing. And unfortunately today, because of the internet, there's a lot of borrowed knowledge everywhere, a lot of copy paste. And that's again why I said I'd rather show you. Like I built all my business organically. People come to my events or they're referred. I'm only in it for the result. I don't care about motivating you, even though people call me the Irish Tony Robbins. I'm not. He's the American Aidan O'Brien, if you're wondering. But motivate. I don't do motivation. I'm here for a result. I only get paid if we get a result. I'm not interested in motivating you. And again, I always say I'm only looking for people who are looking for me. I'm not trying to convince anyone. You come to my event or you hear me out on podcast or radio like this. If something resonates, it resonates. That's it. But people out there trying to convert people and bring them to their way, that's where the issue lies.
So when did it all start for you? What did you do when you were at school, college? You're a kid, and you thought, right, I'm going to go into this.
Yeah.
This is the career for me. What did you choose then?
Well, actually, school got in the way of my education.
Okay, that's a lot of people.
So when I left school, my education started, and I was running gyms back in Ireland. So you can probably tell I'm trying to neutralize the accent, but I want to keep it because it's good for business, right? But I started in health and wellness, and
Well, I stereotyped you when you came in. I said Aidan's going to be a talker, and so it's turned out to be.
it's the Irishness.
There is a friendliness with the
absolutely.
Irish people, of course.
So, I was running gyms and a girl came in who had a beauty college and she was training 35 girls. And she goes, I need someone to train the 35 girls as part of their qualification. And I said, 35 girls? I'll do it, no problem, right? And I trained these girls and I said, what do these girls do when they graduate the beauty college? And she said, oh, a lot of them work on cruise ships. And I said, cruise ships? And she goes, yeah, we have personal trainers and spa. And 3 months later, I was on my way to Rome and I was about to work on a cruise ship as a personal trainer. Right. But what I didn't know was it turned out to be a sales job. I was actually on stage every day teaching seminars with 4,000 guests a week. And it was ultimately a sales job. But after 3 months, I got a phone call. I was being sent to a new ship. Brand new ship, hadn't even sailed, was still in the shipyard. And I said, it turned out I was number one in sales out of 150 cruise ships. And they put the best salespeople on the new ship for the maiden voyage. And I found out I was good on stage and I loved people and I turned out I was good at sales. And in 2010, I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki.
Right, yeah.
And I said, I'm not going to go back on the ship. I'm going to start my own events and start my own sales stuff. So in 2010, I started running my own events. I'd book a hotel in my city and I'd invite people to come. Now, at the same time, I was chasing time and financial freedom, but I also knew I wanted mental and emotional freedom. And that's what I work with most people, actually. It is the mental and emotional part that's the issue. And I started running my own events. And then I linked up with direct sales companies, and I ended up traveling all over the world, building businesses that way, as a speaker, opening new countries, doing sales meetings, developing leadership programs. I did thousands of meetings every year, and I failed so much. And I realized I was actually coaching before I was a coach. I was obsessed with the mindset. I was obsessed with the psychology and the human behavior, combining with business. And that's how I was in it without realizing I was in it.
Yeah. So it kind of found you.
Absolutely. I think I was blessed to I think we all have, I call a business or a job a vehicle of expression. Right?
That's a phrase.
And that's how I define it. And I think the mission for me is alignment. When I meet young entrepreneurs or young people, I say, what's your lane? And for me, I found my lane, which is a mix of that personal and the professional. And you have to find your lane. And when you do find your lane, you have infinite energy for it. You can do it all day. It's what you do best with the least amount of effort. I was blessed to find that early, but I chose it and I fought for it. And that's why I feel like, I've been doing it a long time. And I think that's the key piece.
Is finding your lane a bit like an ability to do a job and make it not look or feel like work? Is that what it is?
Okay. Yeah, because even though it is work and you end up working more than you think you do, I think you have a source of energy there for it, and that's why a lot of people struggle, they get burnt out, they get stressed out because they're building their house on someone else's land. And I think that's why the awareness and the alignment is so key. You have to seek that. Seek and you shall find. It's 2,000 years old.
You have some great phraseology. I have to give you credit for that as well.
Appreciate it.
So
Fires for days, I
So
always say.
you did well in sales. For anybody listening to this who is in business, who relates to sales in any way, and that's pretty much all of us, everything needs to be sold. What's the secret to selling? What was the secret to your selling success?
Again, what I noticed on the cruise ship, you know, the Irishness helped definitely, but really was the connection to people. You know, being interested instead of being interesting. I tell people all the time, you got to be interested. You got to be take from life, gather from life. And that's the key. Like for me, all business is conversations. Successful business is relationships at scale. That's all it is. And and that's a lot of the work I'm doing with companies and founders. How do we simplify? I said, do you want to be big or do you want to be profitable? All these guys want to be big. And they add in systems and more salaries and more stuff. Just complex makes everything more complex. We got to simplify. Business is conversations. The truth for any business owner out here is higher value conversations with more influential people will open doors you can't open yourself. And everything else we add in just brings it back to conversations. That's all it is. Okay. So that's what sales is. And the other thing about sales is people have the wrong frame. A lot of the work I do is around the identity, the frame. A lot of times people think sales is something you do to people. But when you realize that sales is something you do for people, it changes the energy around it. And that gives people a lot more power and belief and confidence, and therefore your team can succeed faster. So there's a lot of leakage in companies, a lot of gaps for individuals and companies. And to me, I just see it because I've been doing it so long. They can't see it because the brain is just looking at what it always looks
Well,
at.
sometimes you're too close, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. What about, let me ask you about public speaking, because I guess a lot of what you do, whether you know you're doing it or not, when you're mentoring, I don't know, entrepreneurs or founders or whatever else, I know that's part of your business. There's a level of confidence you have to inspire, and not everybody is naturally confident. Confidence comes from, I guess, experience. It's partly innate, it's partly learned, it's partly copied. However you get confidence is fine. But how do you go about instilling confidence when it comes to having to stand in front of people? You stand in front of thousands of people, millions possibly as well. But that doesn't come without there are nerves.
There are nerves, yeah. And again, the frame is very important. For me, it was my gift from God. Like the first time I stepped on stage was my brother's wedding. It was 320 people. I was best man. I was 19.
There's a lot of pressure as a best man.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I was so nervous. I only had 2 dinners that wedding.
Were you funny though? I
was hilarious. Actually, turns out. It turns out, according to the crowd, anyway. But honestly, it was a defining moment in my life because I didn't know what I was doing at 19. You know, I was in health and fitness. I was traveling. I didn't know what I wanted really. And I remember, out of 300 people at that wedding, 250 came up to me that night and said, "You should be on stage." And I went around the whole night. It was a defining moment in my life. And how am I going to be on stage? I can't sing. I'm not that funny. I mean, that was funny, but it wasn't that funny.
People always say you're funnier than you are. Again, it's showbiz rules. The person in front of you love them. I mean, that's how it works.
And, I didn't know what I was going to do, so I ended up going into gyms and the fitness, but the stage, then I was up on stage on the cruise ship, 4,000 people every Sunday. Right. And the guy said to me, "You told me this was your first day." And I was like, "It is." He's like, "There's no way that was your first time." I said, it was. So I knew it was my gift from God. I think we all have this innate gifts that we can emphasize and develop, but for me, the thing about public speaking, again, it comes back to the alignment. Like if you're in a job and you have to stand up in front of a team and talk about something you don't care about, the confidence isn't there. Whereas, clarity leads to confidence. If you have clarity on who you are and what you're talking about, every person you meet can talk about something. So that's the big issue, like getting in alignment. And the second thing, then there is different strategies, but ultimately, if you're speaking to a group of people, you got to treat it like you're speaking to one person.
Right.
You got to speak to one. And the other thing is what I do before I get on stage is it's never about me. It's always about them. The problem as a speaker, why people get nervous, is to make it about them. It's the same reason why people don't like going to networking events, why people are shy, because they're trying to be interesting instead of being interested. When I go on stage, I say, I'm just a messenger. Let me get the right message across. Same coming on here today. It's not about me. It's about them. It's about you. And if I can set that intention to just serve, because I think the secret to greatness is the service of others. Jim Rohn said that, my spirit animal, and I agree. Like everything is about service. And if you can do that, it takes the pressure off your shoulders. You're here to serve. You're here to give back. You're here to give away what you've connected. That's what you're doing right now. You're serving. And that's why you can do it all day. And if you're making it about you to get something, you're always going to suffer.
I think it's pressure. I take your point. I think much of it is about listening. And I think one of the things that we do as a species is we hear, but I question whether we really listen very often, and those are, there's a distinction.
I'm with you. We're very aligned, actually, because, you know, in the coaching space, they always talk about active listening. And I think, again, it just sounds good. But for me, I call it listening like your life depended on it, because it does. Every interaction, every client, even in your relationship, listening like your life depended on it, like really being interested. You know, again, most people are listening to reply. They're not listening to understand.
Yeah,
You tell them, what did you do in the weekend? Oh, I went here. Oh, I went there before. It's great, isn't it? And they start talking. Where have you been? How long? I was in Glasgow. Oh, I've been to Glasgow. You know, so a very easy fix to that is just when you go to a networking event, when you go to speak, so not about you. And the more awake you become in life, the more you wake up to what's really important in this world, you realize you put others first and yourself last, you'll be first. It's just the way it goes.
It's funny. My mum used to say that to me for years. If I didn't hold a door open for somebody, she'd be like, "You're not the only person in the world."
Yeah.
And actually,
Values.
that's pretty decent advice, I think. What do you like at networking events? What do you like personally, and what would you like to be better at, or what would you kind of offer to somebody that's nervous about being at networking?
For me, again, just that, be interested, not interested. It's the simplest piece of advice, and it's for everything, whether you're trying to meet a new a husband or a partner, you know, a boy or a girl. Be interested, not interesting. Nobody wants you to come up and talk about yourself. You know, we call it fire hosing. You meet someone at an event, you say, "Hi, I'm Aidan, what do you do?" "Oh, I'm John, and I just started this business, and this is what we're doing. We can really help you." It's fire hosing. You're like, Jesus, get away from me, you know? So if you're at a networking event, you know, for me, it's all about, like, just being interested. I believe everybody has a story. Like, when I meet Tim, I wonder, what's Tim's story? We all like, and when you came in and you greeted me and you're interested in me, I feel good. I like Tim. Why do I like Tim? Because Tim is interested in me. That's why I liked him.
Well, it'd be a dreadful interview if I wasn't interested.
Exactly.
I do try and listen.
Yeah, some don't, though. As you know,
I
in your
guess a lot of
space.
people don't.
But especially out in the world, everyone's trying to be interesting because they think their values. I got to be interesting.
Right.
So you don't. Just be curious. Curiosity leads to clarity. I always ask better questions. I'm a big fan of questions. You know, I mean, that's why I fell in love with coaching early on. Is, you know, questions are the answer. I always say the right question is the answer you're looking for.
Back to your phraseology.
Yeah,
again,
that's
I
why
like
I'm
this.
writing the book, you know, because I wanted because again, I started with borrowed knowledge, quoting everybody else I was reading.
Yeah.
For the last number of years, it's my own vernacular, and I wanted that with my name next to it. So that's why I wrote the book, actually. That's shameless plug, coming before the end of the year, please God. And I wanted, because my language, and I was like, I want my name beside that, because you stop quoting others eventually if you're doing it enough and you find your way of
Well, what's
phrasing
your,
it.
what's your book going to be? What's the theme?
It's called Back to Me, and it's because I had a bit of an awakening about 3 years ago when I realized that we have to stop seeking everything outside of us. That's the source of our suffering, and we have to get back to me, the real me, the truth of me. So back to me is about letting go of everything that's not you, letting go of the stories, the beliefs, the patterns, the programs, letting go of non-truth. So you're left with truth, because I think truth is the most powerful force in the world.
The truth's a lot easier to remember as well, isn't it? Lies are
100%.
tough to remember.
Exactly, but most people are lying all the time today. And I'm like, yeah, let's catch up, and then they never catch up. Or yeah, we're going to do it, and then they don't. And people, I hate it. Like it's one of my values. I think truth is the undercurrent of everything. A healthy relationship, it's only a little white light. No, even a company, I call it a truth table. I make the leaders, very uncomfortable for the first half an hour. I say, this is a truth table, and you're paying me to come in here. You're going to listen to me. Everything goes on the middle of the table.
Right.
An hour and a half later, everyone's like, "Oh my God, thank God, I feel so good," because everybody's talking sideways. Nobody's telling the truth. Like, let's get to the truth. So when you tell the truth, that's what Back to Me is about, getting back to the truth of who you are. So I wrote this book because it's not about thinking positive or setting goals or being disciplined. I don't believe in any of that, actually. I have a chapter in the book called Awareness Over Discipline. You don't want discipline for the rest of your life. You want awareness. Right. Awareness means I know what's for my highest good and greatest joy, and I choose that. And I say no to everything that's not that. That doesn't require discipline. That's awareness.
Do you hear phrases like, you know, the power of positive thinking and think,
yeah, because there's nothing really positive or negative in the world objectively. It's just our desire for control. It's our personal preference. Like, it's a waste of time. This is good and this is bad. This is positive and this is negative. That's all our preference. Everything is as it is. And once you accept that, there's a certain surrender with that. Immediately you recoup energy and you replenish.
This is so interesting because we're having a discussion this morning before the show began, and I made a glib comment about acceptance being a really important thing, and we all kind of came to the conclusion that if you can accept you know, things every day, and if you get sick, accept that you have become sick, and hopefully you get through that. But acceptance is a really important thing.
100%. You know, everyone talks about self-love. I said, let's start with self-like. We're miles away from self-love. How do we get to self-like? When we trust ourselves.
Okay.
How do we trust ourselves? When we know ourselves. So how do we know ourselves? We ask better questions. We make less assumptions and less conclusions.
Okay.
The more conclusions you make, the less alive you become. When you say, this is the way it is, this is who I am, this is how things are, this is the way Dubai is, this is the way business is, this is the way my team are, this is the way my health is, this is the way my fitness is, this is the way my relationship is. The more conclusions you make, the less alive you become. We have to get curious. What's possible? Who am I? Where am I going? What can I do? How else can we do it? When you get curious, you start asking questions, everything becomes possible. And then you accept the acceptance is everything is as it is. What can we do now?
Wow, you're like the Irish Ted Lasso. Be curious, not judgmental.
I went from the Irish Tony Robbins to Irish Ted Lasso. My goodness.
It's a development. Let's put it that way.
Is it okay?
Let me.
That's the Trojan horse, though. You see it now. That's the Trojan horse.
I've been swept along with that.
Because
horse.
when I go into the companies, they never expect this. When I go into an investment bank in London, they're not expecting this, but this is what they get. Because that's, for me, you can't have mastery. You can't have, like, everyone's a sticker, make me a better speaker, make our team sell better. You can't have that without this awareness and alignment and clarity. And that's why, that's my message. And that's what...
Yeah, I want to ask you about alignment. You've used the word a few times, and I want to know how you define alignment.
Again, like getting as close to your truth as possible. And that is like, how do you recognize what's true for you? What you do best with the least amount of effort? What you will do all day?
Right.
That even you wake up, you're tired, you're jet lagged, whatever, you can still do it. You know, what you've mastered, what skills you've developed, what hurdles you've overcome, what people know you for. You know, all of these things together show you your alignment, the truth of who you are, and your expertise, all of that. So like pain, there's things you've overcome that other people can't overcome. You've jumped over hurdles some people can't jump over. But it's so obvious to you, you think it's not valuable, because what's simple to you is mind-blowing to somebody else. So you actually have a lot more value to offer than you realize.
That's a really good point.
So if you combine, you know, things that you've overcome, skills you've developed, expertise you've built, and the stuff that really aligns with you, meaning you can do it all day with the least amount of effort, it feels like it energizes you. Now we're starting to discover who we really are. And when we do that, now we have something to work with, you know, and that's really exciting, I think.
I feel a lot better about myself now. Let me ask you, let's bring it back to the business arena for a second. You work as a consultant. You're known, I think it's fair to say, and you've just kind of outlined that, truth, clarity, performance you can feel, I think is a phrase you use. You help founders, you help executives.
And individuals, by the way. Not to interrupt you. Like a lot of, sometimes people think, oh, he only works with the big. No, I work with people at all levels, young entrepreneurs, people moving from career to their own business. So just to be clear on that.
It's a lot broader than I've outlined. Okay, so what you're trying to do is sharpen strategy. You want to elevate influence. I want to ask you about that. You want to drive performance, high performance results. Let's take those one at a time. How do you sharpen strategy?
So one of my principles, frameworks, is called the 95-5. And it's basically daylight robbery of the Pareto principle, right? Everyone knows the Pareto principle, the 80-20. 80% of results come from 20% of your actions. Nobody uses it. Everyone's like, I've heard of that. No one's using it. I've actually seen this in 90-10 or 95-5. So what are the 5% things that you do that move the needle? What are the 5% things that get the best results? And then the 95, we got to delegate, automate, or eliminate. That's how we strategize. What is the 5%? And if we do that throughout your organization, miracles are going to happen. We're going to let go of a lot of baggage. We're going to let go of a lot of leakage, and we're going to start getting into momentum. And most people aren't in momentum because people are stuck in the 95. So that's the short answer.
Okay,
I'm trying to shorten my answers.
No,
I have a habit of giving long answers.
No, I appreciate that. Well, we'd have to charge us if you gave us a long answer. How do you elevate influence?
Influence, again, really about changing the identity around speaking first. You know, one of the things that blows I love communication and influence. I've always loved it. You know, in Ireland, we have something called the Blarney Stone, which is in this Blarney Castle in County Cork. You might have heard of it.
You've spent some time there, I think.
And there's a whole mythology. You kiss the Blarney Stone, and it gives you the gift of the gab. And we lined up when I was a child, about 8 years old, for like an hour and a half to the Blarney Stone. But you have to dip your head back under this rock on top of the castle, and I wouldn't do it. I refused after we queued up for an hour and a half. And since that day, my whole family says, thank God he didn't kiss that stone, because imagine how much he'd talk if he did, right? But for me, I love communication influence. Everything in the world that you want, other people have. You want to get married, find your dream partner, it's another person. You want a promotion, it's another person. You want to make a sale, it's another person. Everything you want, other people have. Yet nobody's working on communication. I go into companies, I say, people are paying for the description of your products and services. Like when I buy a house, I don't buy the house. I buy the description of it because I'm not living in the house yet. When I buy a product, I'm buying the description of it. So I say, what's the most important skill then? Everyone says communication. Great. How much have you worked on your communication? 0. It's insane. Like it's absolutely insane. You're wondering why you're not selling. You're wondering why your business isn't growing. It's because people don't know how to speak. They don't know how to move people with language. Right. And that's why you bring me in. I'll help you solve that. But at the end of the day, I can only shine the light. You have to walk the path. Yeah. That's the thing, right? But that's how we deal with influence. Let's understand that language moves people. And awareness, but you have to have the awareness for the language. Otherwise, you can just people go out and speak a script. It's not the same thing.
No,
you have to be
it's
able
not.
to feel it.
Okay. How do you drive high performance results?
A combination of point 1 and 2, Tim.
All right.
Simple as that. Let's
Quick, simple answer.
Get clear on what works and what let go of what doesn't, and then master communication. All business is conversation. Let's figure out what we need to say and who we need to say it to. Higher value conversations with more influential people. It's just leverage. Like, how do we drive performance? We create leverage. We look for leveraged opportunities. We look for strategic partnerships. That's how we do it. Like, again, it's rocket science is just science to a rocket scientist.
Yeah, well,
you know what I
I was
mean?
going to say it's not.
very simple.
It's highly logical, but it's not as obvious as I guess you would like it to be.
Thank God, it's good for me. It's good for business.
Well, it is. We're at an inflection point, aren't we? AI is coming. AI is here. AI is going to be more and more important to us all, and you can see some of where it's going. We were talking AI on the program this morning with the UAE University of AI in Abu Dhabi. Yeah. We don't quite know how it's going to pan out, but what's your advice to keeping ahead of the kind of AI curve, if you like?
I have 2 thoughts on AI. One, I think we have to lean in, right? And we have to learn to master it. For me, I've had a lot of avoidance behavior. That's, people say procrastination. I think that's way too nice. It's avoidance behavior. You don't procrastinate the gym, you avoid it. You don't procrastinate going to bed early, getting up early, you're avoiding it. Right? So avoidance behavior is the main thing. I was always avoiding everything from social, from Instagram, from YouTube, because I said, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. And I left a lot on the table. Now, people don't know me maybe as much as they should because I avoided it. So one decision I made with AI is I got to lean in this time. I don't want to be missing. This is our time. We have to use it, right? So I do believe everybody should learn more about AI, think of the application for themselves, especially if they're in business. That's my first thought. The second thing, I think the antidote to AI is for people, there's 2 sides. One, again, that creativity, that human spark we have, that can't be replicated, right? We have to, that's more reason why we have to get in alignment. More reason to find out what do we do best with the least amount of effort. That's, if you're in a process job, AI can do that. But if there's something in your life that requires your creativity, that's key, right? So leaning into where that spark is, that gift from God, I believe. And the last part then is discernment, being able to discern what's real and what's not. I think that's key. And unfortunately, that's where most people lack, because even they don't know how to discern the thoughts that are real, the emotions that they feel, the stories that they have, the habits that they have. That's, the work I do with people is finding out what's real and what's not. People have to start with the discernment with themselves first. Like, what do I believe? Like, what are some of the things I haven't questioned in a long time? Because if you don't question your mind, that's what leads to suffering. An unquestioned mind leads to suffering. You have to question your thoughts, question your beliefs. Most of your beliefs, even the word belief has the word lie in the middle of it. Do you ever notice that? Because most people think they believe something because it's true. It's not the case. You only think it's true because you believe it.
Well, that's very true.
Right? So that's the thing, can we discern what's real and what's not? And when it comes to AI, then we have to be able to discern. And that's getting harder and harder to do, because I listen to a lot of Alan Watts and Jim Rohn, and now all these clips that come up, they sound like Alan Watts, but they're not Alan Watts. And I have to discern what's real. So I only look at videos that are 5, 6 years old now, because anything in the last 6 months. So that's my thought. Lean into your creativity, find your spark. I think we all have it. That can't be replicated. We have to discern what's real and what's not. Our discernment is that's going to be, you have to sharpen that now. And then the last thing is, use it where you can and develop yourself with it. Because it's here already. It's not coming, it's here already.
Well, it is, absolutely. And if whenever we get quantum computers, that next leap, it's going to take an exponential
Skynet
leap
is
again.
becoming real.
Oh, I know. Well, that's always the worry, isn't it?
But it looks, you could say you're cynical, but I mean, the world is a dark place, unfortunately. And there's a lot of, unfortunately, and that's why I think we need to align with truth more than ever. Because if we don't lean into truth, we're leaning into the opposite, and I'm a believer we live in a duality. You can't have light without dark. You can't have hot without cold. You can't have up without down. So we have to accept, there's good and bad in everything. But we have to seek out the truth of everything. We have to seek out the light in everything. And I think that's our personal responsibility.
I had a feeling this would become a slightly more philosophical discussion this morning when you walked in.
Apologies for that if that's not the direction for your audience.
No, it's
real.
It's genuinely quite interesting. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions to finish off about leaders and leadership. I was going to ask you about leaders and AI, but you've kind of covered that.
Yeah.
But this is a really difficult question. I'm going to ask it anyway. How do you define a really strong, how do you find a great leader in your experience?
So I always talk about leadership is the what and the who. A great leader recognizes what has to be done and who's going to do it. If you're a leader who's kind of caught in the weeds doing everything, that's not really leadership, So also leadership is from the front. You have to lead from the front. You have to demonstrate. It's a word I use with leaders all the time. Like, do you demonstrate your leadership? A lot of leaders, unfortunately, they live off their title. You know what I mean?
I mean, that would. I bet you people listening to this are thinking, my boss is not a leader, but they are my leader.
Exactly. Yeah. So
you're going to hear that.
Exceptional leadership is leading from the front. You can't push a wet noodle off a table. You got to lead from the front, right? So you'll remember now. It's a visual for you there. You can use it. I knew you'd like that one.
That's the best one yet.
Yeah. So great leadership. Again, it comes down to a leader needs to know what's true. A leader needs to be able to discern what's real and what's not. A leader needs to be able to identify what they know and what they don't yet know. Leadership need to be great with influence and communication. Most leaders, they end up trying to turn chickens into eagles.
Okay.
But what I think great leaders is sorting through the chickens to find the eagles.
Okay.
So otherwise, you end up covered in chicken.
I'm with you.
So that's a big issue. You have to sort through. You don't need everyone. When I go to an annual conference, and I'm telling whether they're a group of franchisees or employees, and I'm saying, if you're not fully aligned here and fully empowered, you need to leave. And at first, the boss is always like shook, and I said, you don't want them. You don't need everybody. You need the right people here for your vision. And one of the main ingredients for a good leader is they have a big vision. They're visionaries. That's how you identify a great leader. A great leader will have a vision so big that other people's vision can fit within it, right? And that's why people join, whether it's Tesla or Apple or any of these big companies, or Google, why do people get involved? Because the vision is so big that their expression, their vision can fit inside it.
But it's not about liking them per se,
No,
is it?
not really, but
it's not really about that. It's about understanding, or understanding as far as you can, that vision, believing in it.
I think the values are key. It's like a personal relationship. I think the values have to align. So you mightn't like some of the traits of your leadership, but if they do have the right values, you're more likely to like them because you see in them what you have in yourself. Yeah. So when you see someone you like them, it's because you think they have qualities that you have. Unconsciously. You don't think it consciously, but that's why you like them.
Yeah, that's
There's people you don't like, it's because you think there's something, but probably you do have it too, but you're denying that part to yourself. So that's a deeper psychological insight that we can explore another time. But, the most important thing, if you're going to follow someone, what are their values? Where are they going and why are they going there? Values are key. So that's what I think great leadership is. I do something called the law of leaders, great leadership. I love working with leaders. I think most people aren't leaders. They just have the title and they're not. A leader has to recognize that they don't know enough. And, they really have to. And that constant, really, discernment is very important, I think.
Well, humility is a quality lacking in a lot of leaders, I would guess, isn't it? But to be truly great, if you're going to lead a team, whether it's a business team or a country or, I don't know, a football team, whatever it is, humility would be, I guess, a quality that you need.
Some of my favorite clients, they're so successful, but they have so much humility.
Right.
That's what I love. It's so rare. But in life, that's what we want to see. We want someone, who's humble. And humility is just saying, I don't know yet. And that's a strength. That vulnerability is such a strength. And people hear it, but it's really a strength, when you can lean in. And that's what I do in all my programs, all my sessions. I say, I know this because I suffer as much as you do. I battle with all this stuff. That's how I know it so well. I've done this. So I think we have to own that. And I think once we do that, it brings people closer to us. And people are more likely to follow us when when you acknowledge that you're flawed, because we're all deeply flawed.
Yeah.
So but if someone can acknowledge they're flawed, but they have a big vision and they're being visionary is saying yes first, figuring it out later. Realist wants to figure everything out and maybe say yes.
Okay.
You want to be a visionary. You want to say yes first and then figure it out. That's what visionaries do. They don't know how they're going to do it, but they know they're going to do it.
Final question for you.
Okay.
You've worked with lots and lots of different people, as we've kind of outlined. But how many great leaders have you seen? How long have you been doing this now? 20 odd years, yeah?
16 years, yeah.
16 years. Okay. So how many truly great leaders, really inspiring characters, have you worked with? In all
It's a tough
honesty,
question, but I reckon I could count on like real.
is it like a one
One hand
count them on
thing,
one hand?
yeah,
that,
definitely,
I wondered about that.
Literally, yeah. I mean, a lot of them have great qualities, but yeah, they're really. And again, one of the qualities I would say that stands out to me, maybe it's my personal bias, but when someone keeps their word. Because for me, that's a big issue in society today, especially in men. Actually, men want to be more masculine, and one of the most masculine things you can do is do what you say you'll do. And I think there's a real epidemic problem of that today, where people don't keep their word. It drives me bananas. I think when I see exceptional leaders, they're humble. They know they don't know what they don't know, and they acknowledge that, but they keep their word. They do what they say they'll do. They're not perfect. They're flawed. They make mistakes, but they do what they say they'll do. And for me, that's what makes truly great leaders. If you do what you say, if you follow through, if you stay committed, if you don't give up, and if you don't get talked out of it by somebody else, I think that's one of the main qualities, and I call it trust and adjust. You have to trust yourself to take the step, but you have to adjust. And great leaders adjust. They don't stop. They don't go back on their word. They stay with it, stay until the job's done, and they adjust as they need to, and for me, great leaders, they want to serve, they want to give back. For me to be more successful now at this stage of my life, the only way I can increase my success in all the different metrics is if I serve more people to a higher level. Because everything I do is relationship based and it's result based. So that's a kind of nice safety for me. It doesn't align with me to try and grow any other way. I can only grow through results and through acknowledgement of that I do what I say I'll do. And I think if everybody leaned into that, we'd have so much. And then if you lean into that, you know yourself. You don't want to convince anyone of anything then. So then you're just yourself. And we like people more when they're just themselves.
Yeah, that's very true. That word that we hear all the time at the moment, authenticity.
Authenticity.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to lean out of that for a second because I'm not going to keep my word. I said to you, final question. It's not my final question because you mentioned a word that people talk about and kind of bandy around willy-nilly, for want of a better phrase, and it's success. And success is so many different things to so many different people.
Yeah.
I don't know how you define success, whether it's financial or my kids are not axe murderers, or there's a whole gamut there. How do you define success? Because you're working with people who want to be in quite much successful.
Well, yeah,
of course.
So there's a lot of different metrics, right? Like again, some of the obvious ones are the financial ones. That's a version of success. Having a healthy, vibrant, loving relationship is success. Having personal health and vitality is success. I'm going to come back. It sounds quite vague. I haven't figured out. I have some good phrases and good language, but I haven't figured out all the answers yet. But I do believe it's that alignment again. Like if you're moving towards the version of you, and that's what I think really success is. It's not what you get; it's who you become. Like everybody's focused on the having. We all want to have more, especially in Dubai, right? I want to have more money, have more income, have more holidays, have more stays, have more flights, have more. And if I asked you, what do you have to do to have more? What's the answer that comes to mind?
Well, the first one is clearly financial.
Yeah, but you have to get more financial. You have to,
work harder.
Work harder.
More.
Exactly. That's where everybody's thinking. That's why they won't have more, or they'll have a limited more. You have to become more.
Okay.
Because if you become more, the doing shifts. The doing becomes more effortless because you've become more. So it's like inertia. Things at rest tend to stay at rest unless moved by an outside force. The force needs to have mass or speed, velocity, force behind it, right? So if you're like you 25 years ago, it took a lot more energy to move the needle than it does now because you've become more. Not just done more, you've become more. Right?
My wife would argue with you, but
right? But you see the principle, right? So
sure.
Everyone's focused on the having, and they think that the only way is to do more. So what do? They do more.
Yeah.
But if you focus on becoming more, what does that look like? Developing your mindset, which is 80% of it, and skills and strategy. If you become more, then what you do becomes more powerful, more potent, more focused. And then the having will become automatically, I call it the can't help it's. You can't help but have it. You can't help but succeed because you focus on becoming more. Then what you do is more efficient, more effective, moves the needle, more leveraged, and then you will have more. The money should be a byproduct of doing the right thing. The success is a byproduct of doing the right thing. Never chase the money. Become more valuable than the money. When you become more valuable, you can't stop the money. You can't stop the people finding you. You can't find the right people coming into your life. Everyone's chasing the wrong thing. That's why they're miserable. And that's why they need alcohol and drugs and shopping and eating and over-consuming. And then the world does a great job of giving it to you all day. So you're in distraction mode. You're asleep. You don't have awareness. You're in distraction mode. You keep consuming, thinking it's going to solve. It's not. If I can focus on the becoming, who am I? Where am I going? What do I want? What kind of life do I want? How do I serve? What are my skills? What are my gifts? If I do that, my doing will be from that truth. Now the having is just, I call it receiving mode. How much more beautiful is that? That's the key. That's the key. And the challenge is, Tim, no one's telling you this. You don't hear that on the radio today. No, you hear the ad for buy this, have that, go here, do that. Because the world wants you as a consumer, because then you need that. Whereas if you can become a producer and aligned and a leader of your own life, then you can have everything you want and more. That's success.
I think it's a big shift for people. I really do. I love the little mic drop there as well.
Has to be, because that's the truth. I'm very passionate about that, because I think the world keeps us in distraction mode and need mode because it wants us as a consumer. When you wake up fully, you don't need anything. You choose from your highest good and greatest joy. What do I want? And your wants go way down when you're fully aligned. The only time our wants are high is when we're low on love, low on energy, low on acceptance, and we think all these external things will fill us up. But they don't fill us up. They're temporary.
I think you got another mic drop there. Just
Yeah,
let
you
one
can
go
drop it
for a
for me,
moment.
yeah.
I'm going to do it for you. Do you know what? I'm a little bit cynical with lots of this, but I have to say I've really enjoyed talking to you, Aidan, today. I have. And
I appreciate that. Me too.
I feel like I've learned something. Aidan O'Brien is globally respected as a strategic advisor.
Can I drop in one little plug if this goes out before the weekend? Because I have my mastermind this weekend. Is that okay?
I'm very happy for you to do so.
It's in Atlantis to Royal on Friday and Saturday, 21st and 22nd. So it might be a bit last minute for people, but it's called Life and Business Mastery.
Okay.
And day one is Life Mastery, and it's all the stuff we just talked about here. And day two is Business Mastery, where we get into the high performance, the leadership, and the influence. So if anybody is interested, they can find me on Instagram at Aidan O'Brien Official, AIDAN. They can just send a message, and I will happily squeeze them in for this weekend. We're almost sold out, but we can definitely make some room for some of Tim's best listeners.
There you go. Well, you are the other Aidan O'Brien. Lots of people will Google you and find the racehorse trainer.
Excuse me, he is the other Aidan O'Brien. That's why my website is theaidanobrien.com.
I knew you correct me on that, and you did it so well. I'll give you that. You know what? Love talking to you, Aidan. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Tim. Really a pleasure. I really enjoyed it.
All the best for the weekend. Thank you for coming in. Aidan O'Brien here on Mira Business FM. Don't forget, you can find us on YouTube, across all the podcast platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook, there's a whole list. I'm not going to go into it now. But this is Mira Business FM. This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. I'm Tim Elliott. Welcome to an hour talking about, I guess longevity is overall the theme. Ali Rahimtullah is the founder of Bien-être, French for well-being, he assures me. It's a UK-based consumer tech that uses DNA biomarkers with lifestyle AI data to deliver personalized solutions. Okay, we'll unpack that in a moment. But Ali, first of all, very nice to see you.
Good to see you, Tim. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome. We met years ago. I was looking at your name yesterday, and I thought, I know this name. I didn't have a picture of you. And we met 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
Exactly, in a former life.
Yeah, and definitely in another life here. But this is what you're doing now. Can you just unpack what I said there about tech that uses DNA biomarkers with lifestyle AI data to deliver personalized solutions? Because, I'm a simple soul. I don't know what that means.
It's a mouthful. Let me put it very simply. Bien-être is a platform. It's a consumer health platform that is aimed at promoting longevity and health span.
Yeah.
Now, everyone talks about longevity. Every second person is talking about health span. But what does it actually mean?
Yes.
The core philosophy is, if you think about health and wellness, it's always been reactive. You get a cold, you get sick, you need to go and see a doctor. We believe that if you can actually get ahead of the curve, start measuring your metrics, your biomarkers, your body, you can actually start taking preventative steps so that you actually stay healthier longer, and you avoid some of the pitfalls that may happen later in life, because you do get age-related disorders as you get older.
Yeah, I mean, things happen in life, and this is really, in many ways, this is the direction that the medical profession is increasingly starting to take. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about you, because when we met, you were running a skincare.
It was a skincare brand, yes.
Yeah.
I learned a lot. I don't come from the kind of consumer world. My background was, I was an investment banker in New York in the early 90s. I moved to Dubai in the mid 90s, where a lot of people were like, where are you moving to? And I worked for my family shipping business for a couple of decades. And then I had an idea to build a skincare brand. And in the course of building that, I learned a lot. And a lot of that actually shapes what I'm trying to do now. Because if you just think about consumer products, whether it's skincare or supplements or anything, the whole industry has been built on averages. You know that old standard deviation, that old bell curve that none of us paid attention to in school, right?
I do.
I certainly didn't. But if you think about it, everything is based on those averages, right?
Yep.
Even when you go to a doctor and they send you for blood work, they'll have a reference range, and that's based on averages.
Yeah.
But the wonderful thing about life is we are all unique. Tim, you are you, right? Your son, who's at uni, as you said, right?
Yeah.
He's you. He's got your DNA. It's your son, but he's got his own lifestyle, his own thing.
He's very much himself. Alex.
Absolutely. And same for all of us, right? Even siblings. So the thought process that I had while building the skincare brand was, we need to move beyond the one size fits all.
Right.
And thanks to data, thanks to AI, thanks to science and diagnostics and something called multiomics, which is to do with genomics, we can process information a lot faster and deliver a personalized plan.
Well, this is the thing. It's now much more about, okay, you come to me for your skincare, this is the cream, and this will probably work okay. It's probably be good. But now you're increasingly seeing in skincare, for example, formulations of things for different skin types, for different ages, and it's about tailoring, isn't it?
Absolutely, because look, whether it's skin health or whether it's supplements for performance in terms of strength training or in the gym, everything changes on a daily basis, right? It's your status as a human being is a kind of factor of multiple influences, right? It's the environment, it's the stresses you have, it's your DNA, it's something called your epigenetics, which is actually how you're performing now, which is different from your DNA. And effectively, if you can measure that, you're in a much better position to take action that then suits you, because at the end of the day, you are unique to you. And so the biggest learning I had is that people are unique. People want wellness. I think the one thing that COVID-19 showed all of us is that you can have all the money in the world, you can have the fancy yacht in Dubai Marina, you can have the big house in Emirates Hills, but if you don't have your health and wellness, it really doesn't count for anything. And I think, therefore, there's been a growing awareness post-COVID that people need to invest in their wellness from a preventative point of view. And the biggest data is in the US, is younger people. I mean, look at how wearables have been adopted. I reckon if you go and take 100 people in a room in Dubai, I reckon 60 to 70% will have some form of wearable trackable device. So the adoption of measuring is not a new concept. And all we're trying to do is extend that to your body, to your biology, to your biomarkers, and then come up with solutions. And we have a couple of very innovative solutions for that. Because the biggest thing that is driving me, and my pet peeve, is there are plenty of longevity health concierges in Dubai, right? So I'm not inventing the wheel, right?
No.
But I want to make it accessible. I want to democratize it. You don't need to be a trillionaire in order to go and get your results and take the action you need to take. I firmly believe, and we've done that, we've been able to do that because we work with some of the leading labs in North America. We've worked out a great system where we use their economies of scale, their muscle, in order to offer very affordable membership plans for longevity wellness.
All right, so I want to come to the mechanics of how
Sure.
this works in a little while, but I'm interested in when did it hit you that this was where you wanted to be? Was there a eureka moment where you thought, no, longevity is where it's at, or was there a life event that made you think?
I don't think it was a life event, but it was in course of building the skincare. One of the things is, you look and you walk into any department store or pharmacy. This is while I was still very much in the skincare world.
Right.
And most of the products are the same. They all have their marketing. They all have shiny new bottles, but deep down, as an insider, and I'll probably be hated by the skincare industry for this.
Well, you've just done it anyway, so
Well, I am. That's fine, and I'm out of it anyway. I'm now in wellness and longevity. But the reality of it is, most of it is the same. But the key thing is, it's actually the audience. For the reasons I said earlier, we're all unique. So, a moisturizing cream for dry skin will have a completely different impact on two people who have dry skin. And that was the eureka moment, that we're all unique. It has to be personalized.
Okay.
So I had got selected. There's a wonderful organization in the UAE called Endeavor, which is a non-profit organization. It's got chapters around the world, and I was lucky enough to be selected for that. It supports high-impact, high-growth entrepreneurs, and for some reason, some people think I was that. They sent me off to Stanford Business School for a 2-week entrepreneurs course, and it's a completely different way of thinking out there in the West Coast, right? And I met some of the most amazing genomics professors, and they said, our world of data and science is moving towards your world of consumer wellness. And so I suddenly acquired, completely separately from the skincare brand, because I saw the opportunity, very opportunistic. I remember calling my wife saying, how much do we have in the joint bank account? Because I want to buy a database of biomarkers.
I love the way that you called the boss. What's in the
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I got but actually I do trust her instincts. And she said, you know what? Personalization, because people are so confused what to buy.
Yeah.
So there is an element there. So I got the blessing and did it. And then I've spent the last few years developing it quietly to the point where we've added business verticals. We're starting now, not with skincare actually, we're starting with something called NAD, which is basically the most vital enzyme in your body. And you're now going to ask, what does it stand for, correct?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Okay, this is a mouthful. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide.
I knew that.
Yeah, okay, well you did, but having been in the industry, I still call it NAD, right?
Right.
And NAD is effectively an enzyme that runs through your body. It's your cellular fuel, right? It actually converts your food into energy, right? So think about your body if you're a car, right? You need fuel to function, otherwise you're not going anywhere.
Sure.
So this governs over 500 metabolic functions. And here's the sad thing about it. As we age as humans, we run it down just like a battery. And the shocking statistic is between the ages of 40 and 50, you lose half of the NAD you're born with.
Ooh.
Which probably explains why people start having that chronic age-related, the stereotype, life begins at 40, but also your backache also begins at 40.
It coincides with another thing, and I have to get up to do this. It's that thing when you're like, it's the noise you make when you sit down. It hits around the mid-40s.
Yeah. It may not be NAD, but the point of the matter is, it's your fuel tank. And the simple medical fact is without NAD in your system,
This is Mira Business FM. Good morning. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. If you're with us on the website, mirabusiness.fm, you're welcome. If you're with us on YouTube, the same sentiment goes, as it does for Twitch and Rumble and Dailymotion and Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn as well. X is where you can find the news. info@mira.fm. To get in touch with us, very simply, that's the email address. That should get straight through. And directly to the studio here, there is a number, which is a WhatsApp number, 522-789-567, or even easier, whatsapp.mira.fm. weekday.fm. Just type that in. Subscribe, let us know how you feel. Give us a thumbs up, a like, an emoji, whatever it is that works for you. We're very happy. And if you're wondering, just search Mira, M-I-R-A, Business FM. Very simple. Coming up on the show this morning, Jeff Rhodes is going to be here in a moment talking gold. We are also going to be talking about the benefits of short-term properties for investors with Alice Giggin. She is the CEO of Frank Porter. We'll find out why Frank Porter too. That's coming up. And then just after 11:30 this morning, Dr. David Tully is the head of media. He's a film professor at Middlesex University in Dubai. The story is Warner Brothers Discovery. It's for sale, and there is a race to control DC, HBO, and possibly the future of streaming. That is coming up. This is Mira Business FM. It is gold next.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. This is The Morning Drive. My name is Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. Don't forget to get in touch with us, info@mira.fm. Also, you can find us whatsapp.mira.fm. If you need the number, it's the country code 00971 522 789 567. And wherever you're watching us or listening, subscribe and get in touch. We always appreciate it. Now, time to talk gold. It has been a period of, I guess, correction and reflection over the last couple of weeks from that super high of $4,400. It's been hovering around about just over the 4,000 level recently. So let's look back at the week in gold that was, and not just gold, precious metals too, with Jeff Rhodes, who is the CEO of Goldstrom Advisory. And Jeff is back with us here on the program. Jeffrey Rhodes, you're not in the studio, but can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Tim, hear you very clearly. And I would like to have some of that Ned.
I tell you what,
that was great. That was really great.
But you and me both, more Nad for the
more Nad,
more for both of us. Good to have you back, Jeff. We missed you last week. I know. I'm not even going to mention the football last night because I know it's a dark place for Tottenham Hotspur fans this morning. So my commiserations. However, let's start. You're travelling last week. How's everything? Are you settled? Are you back? Everything fine?
It was good, yeah. It was a good trip. I was in Doha, and then first time ever, I went to Jordan, Amman, which was quite amazing, actually. Very, very different to Dubai, and Doha for that matter.
Sure.
All very modern and posh here, but Amman was really interesting. Saw some fantastic old ruins. Really, really great, and. It's a good market, so I'd never been there before. Never thought of Jordan as particularly being interesting in terms of gold, but actually it is extremely interesting. So I'm sure I'll be back there sometime soon.
I got to be honest with you, I've always fancied it. I've done quite a lot of work with a company in Jordan over the last kind of couple of years, 2-3 years. So I've got a few Jordanian friends these days. And I've always really fancied it. But you said something there that's interesting. You didn't expect the gold interest to be at the level it was. Slightly surprised at that?
I am actually, because I always think of India and gold, and the subcontinent and gold, and to a large extent as well the GCC.
Yeah.
But I just didn't connect, and in my early career in London at good old Samuel Montague, we did have one or two Jordanian banks, certainly one major Jordanian bank who was a big gold client, but it never clicked. But now it does, and so I'd say their love of gold in Jordan is probably equal to that of India. It's just there are more Indians than Jordanians, but I guess that's the main difference. But really, it was a good experience, and I'll be back. Really grateful to my host for taking me there.
Well, good to have you back in the UAE, Jeff. We didn't talk. We haven't talked since Monday, so I guess first order of business today is to look back at the week that was, and gold really hovering just over the $4,000 an ounce level.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad call actually on my part. As my readers and listeners know, I do tend to have views, and my view for the range for last week was a low of 4,000 and a high of 4,200. Bit off on the high. The high last week was 4,130, but the low, Timothy, was 3,999. I was $1 out. Worries me.
Well, I got to be honest. I look at the gold price a few times a day now. You have infected me with this enthusiasm, and there was one moment last week where I was sat there doing this, the slow clap for Jeff Rhodes. But no,
Dear.
remarkably accurate. But here's the thing, Jeff. You just really overall your thoughts, because it's been this kind of hawkish comment, or earlier in the week, hawkish commentary from Fed Reserve officials. So caution towards further easing. There were kind of reduced expectations for U.S. rate cuts in December. That changed towards the end of the week, but it was cautious, I suppose. Nothing spectacular last week.
Yes, it was cautious. It was a week of consolidation, Tim, and
Yes.
I dare I say it. I think we're in for another week of consolidation.
Okay.
Maybe a bit lower. Maybe a bit lower. Perhaps. Maybe even seeing 3,900 this week. It wouldn't surprise me, because we're having some good news, it seems, between Russia and Ukraine. So
Yes.
that if there is peace, that will just be quite a bearish move for gold, because what we have had over the last month or so is the US brokering peace in Gaza. And if we're able to broker peace between Russia and Ukraine, it certainly lowers the level of geopolitical tension that we have been seeing over the last 2 years. So that's bad for gold, but good for the world. But also, we do have data coming out that we haven't seen for the last 44 days. That looking at the PPI, now, inflation is a key economic indicator for the Fed. If it's a big number, a high inflation, definitely the rate cut is off the menu for December. But it wouldn't surprise me to see a low number and have a rate cut back in play. And so it then leads me to think, well, maybe we could actually have a look at 4,200. So I'm hedging my bets, but I do believe 3,900 is possible, but a rally towards 4,200 could come if the PPI on Tuesday is weak.
Okay. There was something I wanted to ask you. I was reading last week. One thing that popped up, Jeff, was a Bloomberg article about how ADIC, the Abu Dhabi Investment Council, increased its holding in BlackRock's iShares Bitcoin Trust ETF, almost 8 million shares as of September the 30th. So this is a regulatory filing. Okay, nothing unusual in that. Investment firms make investments all the time. It's what they do. What I wanted to ask you was this, and I found this interesting. It's kind of a sideways glance, really, but here's the quote. We view Bitcoin as a store of value similar to gold. And as the world continues to move towards a more digital future, we see Bitcoin playing an increasingly important role alongside gold. This is an ADIC spokesperson in response to Bloomberg News queries. Both assets contribute to diversifying our portfolio. We expect to hold them as part of our near and long-term strategy. Nothing massively unusual about that, but I've never seen Bitcoin being compared to gold as directly as that.
No, absolutely. It's a stunning development for gold, actually, because Bitcoin's there. It's been there now for what is it, Tim? 3 years, and
3 years and a bit, sure.
I defer to those who believe in Bitcoin as a store of value, as an alternative asset. I do. I just don't get it myself, because I'm, quite old-fashioned. I'm a gold guy. But it's amazing that probably the oldest asset class in the world is being compared favorably to the newest. And so I think that's the takeaway from me, that the way that gold is that asset for all seasons and for any point in history that you want to look at. So, look, I think it's a real plus for the people in the gold industry that it should be compared to the dynamic new Bitcoin era.
That's exactly what stood out. Let's also talk a little bit about silver. Jeff, commentary last
please.
week from
Yes, please.
it's dripping from the Zoom call. I was reading FXleaders.com last week. Here's another quote for you. Silver's beginning to steady after last week's volatility. This was last week, don't forget, reclaiming some structure above the 50.43. $50.43 support zone, an area that sparked several rebounds this month. So the smart money seems to reflect kind of a market in transition, cautious, but I don't think weak.
No, I'm really glad you mentioned silver because in last week's report, I called a trading range of $5.
Yes, you did. You did.
Around 50. Okay, 50 in the middle, and the low. So we're talking about 47.5 to 52.5. Oh no, 48.5 to 52.5. 47.5 to 52.5. $5. I was 3 cents out on the low, and 3 cents out on the high. It's actually my best prediction for silver since the last time I was this close on something. I won a gold bar in a competition at the LBMA for predicting the average price of silver for 1 year, and I got that. I nailed that to the cent. And everyone asked me how I did it. Pure luck. And this last week, pure luck. It's fingers in the air, but look, silver really, for me, has the most potential of all four. It could be rivaled by platinum, but I'm much more of a silver guy. And I am on record for saying we would see $60 this year.
Yep.
I remain true to that. And the $60 was a call when silver was 25. So I think we are going to see $60. Silver is that it's the best of everything for precious because there is no silver around. It's in backwardation.
Yeah.
Backwardation means that the spot price is above the forward price. So silver is short of metal. It's in backwardation, and there's more demand each year than supply. And now the funds have got involved, both at the retail and the wholesale level. And so I think, given the importance of silver, that's been ratcheted up by the US, have now put silver on its list of special metals. Okay, strategic metals. Silver's now a strategic metal in the US. Tim, it can only go one way. You might have a dip back to 45, but that would be the bargain of the century.
Okay. Platinum and palladium to finish off, both up last week about 1% or so. Thoughts for the coming 5 days this week?
Yeah. Look, I don't want to correct you. I think both were down a bit last week. And you're right with the percentages, but I think it was down. I think platinum and palladium's difficult, really is difficult to call. Platinum, again, I'm a bit like silver, extremely bullish. Where do I think it could go before year end? Certainly 1650, potentially 1750. Okay, and at the moment we're just above 1500. So it's a bit of a courageous call, but it's always looking for that opportunity. Both platinum and silver are bullish in terms of the outlook for demand over supply.
I will always go with what you're calling, Jeff. Just let me reiterate that. And you are right. I need to learn to read my notes properly there. Look, always appreciate you coming on, Jeff. It's always good to have you with us. Jeff Rhodes is the CEO of Goldstrom Advisory. Are you around on Friday? Will you be joining us in the studio Friday?
I would join. I couldn't miss you for more than a week, Tim, so I've got to come in. I see you and Michael.
You say all the right things. You're very welcome. Jeff, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Take care, mate.
Jeff Rhodes,
Bye.
CEO of Goldstream Advisory here on Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM.
And join us on the website if you're on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can join us on the website, mirabusiness.fm. Love to hear from you. info@mira.fm, whatsapp.mira.fm to send messages directly. The screen is right here. Let's talk to our guest for this half hour. Dawn Kubicek is the founder of Leaders in Digital. It's the Middle East's first female SEO consultant. She has 20 years of experience in strategic digital marketing, having pioneered SEO and Google Ads since 2001. So, Dawn, a trailblazer, I think it's fair to say. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
It's good to have you. I got to be honest with you. I hear the term SEO and I get that it means search engine optimization. I understand that. And then that's where my kind of experience really ends, if I'm completely honest. So I'm coming clean to start with you. Look, you've led global campaigns for lots of major players, top-tier enterprises, Publicis, Hewlett-Packard, HSBC, and lots more. You're the founder of Leaders in Digital, as I said. So let's start with moving to Dubai. You came here in 2017.
Yes, that's right. I came here in 2017, or even I've had a footprint in the region for a lot longer, with working with certain financial and banks in the industry, and then I couldn't not move, and I decided to come for 8 months, and 10 years on, here I am, and I set up Leaders in Digital 9 years ago. So it was the place to do it. I felt with a lot of opportunity and a lot of growth happening in the region, as you all know.
It's a familiar story. I came here for 2 years, 20-something years ago. So, no, I'm with you. Can we talk about SEO, digital strategy, the evolution, data-driven marketing since I guess the early 2000s, really, what it meant back in the day and what it means now. So let me just give you the definition. I did some research on this. Amazingly, did some work before talking to you. I know, big clap on the back. Search engine optimization is the practice of enhancing your website's visibility on search engines to drive organic traffic, real traffic, and improve online presence. So the early days, it was all algorithms with Google. They were pretty simple, easy to game. You just had to really use keywords, didn't you? A couple of backlinks, and you could appear at the top of the Google results. It's not like that anymore, is it?
No, it's shall we say it's evolved quite a lot over the past 20 or so years.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. There's been huge change.
Yes, and I like to say in today's world, in this moment right now, marketing is changing in real time. And we're seeing that more and more. And you're so right. When SEO first came about, it was around 23 years ago, and I was one of the first to start actioning it and using Google Ads. And at that time, people didn't even know what the World Wide Web was, www. It was not known. And look at us now, how it has changed. And a big thing that has changed in today's world is that, compared to what you said there about keywords and backlinks, now all of our content has to be more humanized. And I actually quite like that, because it's humans that are digesting the content. We're the ones that have to search and look and find. So I quite like that algorithm change, and that is the same for AI search engines as well. We now have to not just cater for SEO being Google, but SEO being ChatGPT, SearchGPT. All of the social media channels have adopted a similar algorithm for SEO, and they all follow it. So once you do it once for a website, actually that can be reused across everything.
But that's the thing now, isn't it? It's no longer optimized for the browser as it was 23 years ago, maybe even Netscape 23 years ago. Who remembers Netscape? It's optimized now for phone. It's phone first now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Like you said, phone first, also voice.
Right.
Voice first, voice search. So voice search is up by 80%, and that's set to go higher because if you think about it, most people search by voice. Yes, it's phone, but they hold and speak into the phone. So that's another reason why the humanized content is even more important
Mm.
because if you're writing still or even using AI written content, that doesn't sound like a human. So you're going to miss out on a lot of voice searches, which is the highest amount of searches these days.
We talk about content all the time, and we talk about content creators, and it's kind of heartening, I think, that you point there to the. Well, I was going to ask you if you miss the good old days, but it's kind of got a lot better, isn't it? Because it's much more about quality of content these
Mhm.
days.
Mm, yes, exactly. There's a new buzzword going around saying exactly that. I don't know if you remember, even last year, the past 2, 3 years, even 20 years, people would say content is king.
Yeah.
Content is king. Create as much content as you can, and more people will see it. But what it is now today with AI search engines and enhanced algorithms is content depth is king.
Okay.
So it's actually better to create one piece of content that you've spent time researching the topic, you know what your audience are searching it and interested in it. It's written not just by a AI search engine, it's written with human elements as well. It's better to do less content like that or one piece like that that can be visible everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I mean like your Instagram content, for example, can show up in the Google search, it can show up in AI overviews, it can show up in ChatGPT. But if you're rushing it and thinking, I just need to get as much content out,
Mm.
the content is always going to win at the moment these days. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It might be something different, but that's how it is now.
That's how it is now. But I mean, now is a very short period of time these days. Now, I always think used to be 5 or 10 years you were fine. Now the internet is 5 minutes, and then oh no, get off that train, get on the next train. Otherwise, you're going to
Yeah.
miss it. So quality of content and not. Let's be honest, there's an awful lot of spammy content out there, which is
Mm.
really not very good. So that's the case at the moment. Just let me pick you up on that. What might it be next week or in 5 minutes' time, do you think?
Well, I'll
Where's that
tell you
going?
what, that I love that. What I've already heard is that 2 weeks ago,
Right.
ChatGPT in US launched paid media ads. And I don't know if you've seen on ChatGPT here in UAE, there's already a right bar in your searches, sometimes, which have other links, images in Google AI mode. So when you search on Google and click on the top left, there's AI mode. When you click on there, there's also a nice space there, which would fit very well for sponsored ads. So this is what I like to say to everyone today, and over this time in 2025 is make the most of organic search on AI search engines now, because your organic efforts can go way further these days, not just Google. Google is still massively impactful, and we shouldn't stop our SEO efforts, but we just need to enhance it, create more content that's content depth, and yeah, and be ready because before we know it, other companies are going to just be able to pay. But if you have a strong organic presence, you're going to be winning anyway. And I think it's all still very new for a lot of organizations
Mm.
to actually start hiring an AI SEO company who actually knows how to do it properly. It's so new, so it is very challenging. But the sooner we at least start and get on top of it, then it's a big advantage for all businesses and personal brands.
I was going to ask you, I think this is a really big question, and it's probably far too
Mm,
much for the time that we have. But if
mm,
you were, when you talk to your clients and you are trying to go into detail about how they should approach their marketing, Is there, a top 5 points that you need to get across? Because I guess lots of people aren't doing it right, and you're trying to point them in the right direction. That's your thing, right? Is there a top 5 or a top 10 kind of checklist that you say, right, this is what you should be doing, you're not, cross? Does it even work
Yeah,
that way?
there is. It's so interesting that you've brought that up because the backbone of Leaders in Digital, the reason why I set it up is because I have a 7-step marketing system,
Okay.
which we follow day in, day out. And it's these steps that an organization has to follow to achieve success. And it's these steps that a lot are not following, that think they can just choose content and launch it, that they can just choose their topics. Some of those pillars are, so the first one, now we're a data-driven consultancy. The reason why is because it all starts with data.
Yeah.
People come to me and say, Dawn, can you tell me how many blogs I should post, what topic? And I always say, I don't know. It's different for every organization. We need to look at your data, your audience. What do your audience like, don't like? What do they want? And we need to have strategies data driven. And that is something that is massively lacking in most organizations because it requires senior level consultants in order to do that. Another that is very, very important is the targeting. Who are you targeting? And it doesn't matter what channel you're working on. I have most organizations that we work with come and say, our audience is this, do post at this time, post your articles at this time, do this on the website. No, we need to take a step back and look properly at who's actually converting. Which are the people that are leaving the website? Which are the people that are staying? And when you start looking at that, a completely different story emerges. Again, with data. And then, of course, there's the execution. And in the execution, when it comes to SEO, the biggest tips going into 2026, I would say, is if you have a team or agency that is still talking about keywords, I don't want to say run a mile, but kind of run a mile.
You just did say run a mile twice.
Yeah, kind of do, but yeah.
So that's
just do it.
really not the thing at all. Keywords are not really.
No.
Wow.
I mean, having said that, we still have all our tracking and reporting to just look at keywords. Keywords is one of, I mean, we were counting up to 45 other places you could rank. So if you're putting all the effort into one, you're missing all the 44. So this is where at least speak to whoever you're working with, or if you're doing it yourself, you need to start understanding the other opportunities out there in AI search engines so that you can rank for them, because you will get left behind. And then my last, what another thing that is huge is the analytics, and just checking that you have your AI tracking and analytics set up. So what that would be, what we use is SEMrush. There's also Ahrefs tool. These two tools allow you to track your visibility on all search engines, on even, it's split by Google AI mode, AI overviews, ChatGPT, Google search is still there, but it's just one of them. So you can't do anything without knowing where are you actually ranking. So that is something else I would add.
It's interesting that, because I guess that you work with people who have founded companies who believe in the vision. Maybe they are kind of the vision, really, leading from the front. But everything that you've just detailed there is all about honesty and reading what is actually in the data rather than what is the vision. This is my company, I founded this. This is who we're at. These are my customers. Or so you think. It's about honesty, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's like definitely one reason why I set up Leaders in Digital, was because not just in UAE, but globally, I would see and I would watch founders, large organizations doing the same thing because that's what they thought. talking about themselves or their services because that's what they thought. That's not what their customers wanted or want. Maybe they got their targeting right, but they're just speaking to them in a way that isn't addressing their needs.
Mm.
So data is it's I like to say data is gold and data doesn't lie. And once you understand that and have a team behind you that can actually um, give you that knowledge and so that you make decisions on data. And a lot of people think, no, no, I just want to do SEO. I just want to like do that. I don't need all that. I don't need your services for that. You don't need to do it. Please, like half the cost. When we won't touch it, we won't do it
Mm.
because the results won't come in. Same with if people come to us and say, launch, just increase the ad spend. I mean, that sounds great, but no, we won't do it because we need to find out your winning audiences. We need to understand what works for you, what people want first before increasing the budget. So it's a very different way of working, but like you said, honest, and it really is. We are always in it for the long term and to be honest with each other.
Data is gold. I was at a training seminar for a company I worked for, I don't know, 10 years ago, and it was all
Mm.
about data. Not early stages, but a while ago. And I remember the guy who did one of the presentations said, data is the new oil. And I kind of sat there and went, yeah, right. Just, buzz phrases. But actually, that's true.
Yeah, I love that one. Thanks for
I thought you
sharing
might.
that. It is, because it's something that I have seen over the past 20 years, and I've seen people miss opportunities and not use it. And that's what I do now is I carry out a lot of workshops. I mean, I'm a Google Women Tech Makers Ambassador, um, and I support women in tech, everyone in tech across the region to share this knowledge with as many people as possible. And yes, I am um, running Leaders in Digital, but the training and teaching part is a passion of mine because why keep this knowledge when you can share it with as many people as possible to help them?
I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about what you do, the role of women in tech and
Mm.
leadership in a moment. And
Mm.
I aim to do that. I just have one more question about SEO, really.
Yeah.
Do you find where you go? And I was very honest with you when we started talking. SEO it kind of needs to be demystified for me, and I guess it's the same for a lot of people. But do you find talking to, your clients that there's a sense of apathy, a lack of understanding often, or how have people
Yeah.
grasped it?
Oh, you've hit the nail on the head there. Definitely.
Right.
And I mean, what me and my team try to do is it's all about education. We meet with our clients on a regular basis. Of course, we can't teach everything straight away, but over time, when we look at the data together, they understand what we look at and the importance of certain things that we're doing. For example, we spend a lot of time researching certain topics for what articles they should post. Now, why are we spending this long on it? Why are we spending this long on this one line or one phrase? The phrase that could be a prompt in ChatGPT is because um, it's the data. And so we go through a lot of education with our clients. And if anyone out there is thinking, I still don't understand what it is, that's fine. It took me like 15 years to put together the processes that I'm now rolling out for Leaders in Digital. And I was working on it full time. So I think it's just about having someone or a team that you trust, that knows what they're talking about, that you can. Another thing people have said is going to workshops and learning yourself so you know the kind of things to look at. So that's why we host a lot of workshops as well. So our clients can attend or any business owner can attend just to understand a bit more about what's going on, what they should ask the people that are working on it.
Makes me feel better, Dawn. I don't feel like quite the SEO dummy I was at 9 o'clock this morning.
No.
You mentioned women in tech and leadership, and that's a passion of yours. Give me an overall kind of thought. I don't know, thought leadership process, an overall view on the role of women in tech and entrepreneurship in this region in particular. You've been here long
Yeah.
enough, I think, to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I started carrying out like masterclasses, workshops around like 7 years ago or 8 years ago, and there was no one doing it in this region, or not many.
Mm.
I think in today's world, in 2025 and beyond, there's so many like speakers, workshops, so many people doing it. But when I started, there was no one. People weren't familiar with like a group of people getting together and listening to one speaker. Um, but I really wanted to lead that space, and I would collaborate with certain networks in Dubai, and from that, I think that's where it just became a passion of mine, because I had put the effort to learn processes that helped our clients. And I saw so many like founders in UAE, and people wanting to learn, but the resources weren't always there, or they weren't as up to date. So I wanted to definitely take that role on, and at least do my part in sharing what I know. And with Google Women Tech Makers, we also have regular calls with Google and the Women Tech Makers community, where we learn the most up-to-date technology. And a lot of that is AI. So whatever is learned there as well is it shared with everything in all the sessions that I teach. And yeah, so it's a very exciting time. And now that there is actually more and more people doing similar things, like the teaching, helping others out of their good heart in this region. And I think that is just such a compassionate and humble place to be in.
It's a nice thing to hear, Look, there are a million questions I could ask you. You mentioned your marketing strategy, your 7-point
Mm,
strategy. Obviously, you teach digital marketing. There's a
mm.
minefield. I don't know if we've got 6 minutes to talk about that. I'm not sure that that's anywhere near enough. But just talk me through what you do when you approach somebody to walk them through digital marketing. Where does that start in 2025?
Yeah, that is no, that is a big question. And I mean, we've already spoken about data. That would be my
Yeah,
first place,
yeah.
because a lot of, whether it's like a company, an individual that needs support, I always see it that everyone's journey is unique. Even what's right to your competitor next door is not necessarily right for you.
Yeah.
So for me, what's very important is that it's customized. Yes, we have at Leaders in Digital this package, this package, this package. Some people like that. Some people just want to see that. But most people, actually, they have this already. We look at their data. They think Instagram is their priority. We look, and all their sales are coming from Pinterest. So we look at their data. We look at where they're at, and support them, handhold them through the process. And a lot of people might not have huge budgets today. They need help to get there. And that's one thing that me and my team love doing. Yes, we work with larger and global organizations, but we also support people from the ground up as well, and go on their journey. And we see businesses are based in UAE when we start, and now 4 years on, they're global. And
Mm.
we look after all the other entities in other locations and have helped them expand. So, but again, for me, it's just about being on the level of whoever you're talking to and understanding their personal needs. And the last thing I'll say is, a lot of companies do say to me, well, have you worked with other brands in our sector? Because if you haven't, then, they might want to work with someone else. Um, I would just say that is not something to contend with, because we would start from the ground up anyway, and you are not the same as your competitor. You're a different person, you have a different voice, different leader, different team, different audience. So I think, looking at it that way is actually quite refreshing because it's yours and you're going to go on your journey.
I'm sold, Dawn. You just sold it fantastically there. I love that kind of subliminal plug. That was brilliant. But do you know what? It's interesting that because going back to the start of the conversation, you were talking about how to use AI effectively to keep the human touch. But it's very much, we've talked a lot about the science, the SEO science, the AI science, but it's very much about people. Everything ultimately is about people and the way people interact, I always think. And one of the buzzwords over the last few years, which kind of makes me bristle a little bit, is being authentic. And I'm never really quite sure what you mean. I know what people are trying to say, but how do you keep it real, as it were, so that you are really putting across a human story without over-egging the AI side of the humanity? Do you know where I'm going with this?
I know
hard.
exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
And I mean, people have come to me and said, are you going to cut down all your prices now that you can just use AI? And I'm like, actually, no, it's the other way round
Right.
because there is so much more and more channels, more things to think about. So you have to keep it humanized. At the end of the day, for example, we are the ones digesting social media or reading a website.
Sure.
I know when it's AI written and driven. I know when it's just being copy and pasted, and I just flick past it or I don't stay on. I personally find it boring. And you know what the funny thing is? So does the AI search engines. The AI search engines will not rank that content because we have tested it at Leaders in Digital. We do a lot of testing ourselves. We don't read blogs. We find out what works. And we actually tested a copy and pasted AI content on the website versus a piece of content that was both. And we brought in the client's USPs, their tone of voice, that they follow a certain structure. We gave education through it that was from the founder, not from AI. And the one from AI was ranked red and did not rank, and it actually, and we tested this on the Leaders in Digital website. It went, it didn't rank in anywhere. The other was tagged green in the back end and ranked. So we have to be, today, we have to not just write for humans, we have to write for the AI search engines. And we still have to make it interesting because humans are the ones that are going to buy at the end of the day, that are going to fulfill that lead form. So we must not forget that.
Good to hear. Dawn Kubicek is the founder of Leaders in Digital, an SEO trailblazer, I think was one of the phrases I used. But it's been really good talking to you, Dawn. Thanks for joining us.
And you, thanks for inviting me. Thank you. Take care.
You're very welcome. Dawn Kubicek here on Mira
Thank you,
Business
bye.
FM. The Middle East's first female SEO consultancy. That's what she leads.
Business FM.
It's the morning drive. My name's Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. If you're with us on the website, mirabusiness.fm, you are welcome. You might be watching on YouTube or Twitch or Rumble or Dailymotion or LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram or any number of other platforms. Welcome there as well. X is where the news is. info@mira.fm is the email address. And to WhatsApp, no need to remember numbers anymore. whatsapp.mira.fm. Type that into your browser and you can very easily get in touch with us in the studio. A subscription or a thumbs up or a like or whatever it is that works where you are is always appreciated as well. This is Mira Business FM. In a few moments' time, we're going to be talking to the CEO of Frank Porter. That's Anna Skiggins. She is going to be here talking about, among other things, the benefits of short-term properties for investors and a lot more. That is next at Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. listening to Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. This is the Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. Good morning. Anna Skegan is here. She is the founder and CEO of Frank Porter. That is an Airbnb management company and more, I think, launched in Dubai in 2017. Frank Porter rents out properties for investors on short-term via platforms like Airbnb, Booking.com, and their very own Frank Porter booking site. So it's a warm welcome to you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. I'm going to jump straight in, actually, with two questions. We'll start with the challenges and the benefits questions. Let's start with the benefits before we get into your story. What's the benefits of short-term properties for investors? Let's start there, Anna.
So some of the benefits include that, in general, you can make much more money doing short-term than long-term.
Mm-hmm.
So it's another way of making money on your investment. You have a property here, you want to make money, passive income on it, you put it on short-term. It's another way of making returns. The biggest benefit, I think, for short-term versus any other way to rent out your property is, of course, the flexibility. So when you're renting out your property, you have guests stay in for, 3 nights, 1 week, 1 month. It's not a long-term contract, meaning that you have access to your property. You can always use it for yourself, for your guests, for your friends. And also, if you ever want to sell it, you can do it immediately. You don't have to wait for a tenant to move out.
To vacate, for sure. I mean, I guess for a lot of people here, that makes a lot of sense because, people in Dubai buy buildings and floors in buildings, but lots of people have multiple properties. I guess some people rent them out longer term, some people rent them out shorter term. It's a very mixed market, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it's really grown in the past sort of 10 years. We've been here for 8 years, and the market has developed, insanely compared to other markets. It's the fastest growing market for Airbnb in the world by far.
I got to say, I'm kind of not surprised.
Yeah.
Because
you have such a strong tourism market here, and you have to remember that hotels are great, and of course, hotels are wonderful. But what you get with a property is so different than what you get for a hotel. So, think of a family. You have a big family. You have 2 kids. You want to cook for them. You want to do laundry. You want to, relax, have the space. You can't really do that in a hotel. So it's not the alternative. It's just another, it's another way to travel with a property with sort of the Airbnb model than a hotel. So it doesn't take away from a hotel experience, but it sort of adds something else and allows more people to come to Dubai.
It's also a geographic thing, isn't it? Very often, great Airbnbs are available in the center of a city, and it allows you that kind of, it gives you like a city view. Do you know what I mean? I think that's more prevalent than it would be very often in hotels.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have, especially now, you can rent a property anywhere in Dubai. It used to be Marina, downtown. Now it's absolutely everywhere. It's in Mirdif, it's in JVC, it's everywhere. So it gives you that flexibility to see the city, and also allows you to stay on different budgets, right?
Yeah.
You can rent a villa in the Palm if you have the funds, but you can also rent a small studio in JVC and be 15 minutes from the beach as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe 20 with current traffic.
Yeah, or maybe a bit more than that with current traffic. Okay, we won't go there at the moment. So the benefits really to start with, challenges as well. Let's start there. I want to get into lots and lots of different things with you because I need, as much as anything, I need an update on how this all works. But the challenges of short-term properties for investors.
Well, the challenges are it's an investment, right? So you do have to furnish the property. That's for sure. And that's an upfront investment that the client needs to do. There's regulation, you have to pay for a license. There's a few extra steps that you need to do here versus, maybe in New York. So that's a little bit of a challenge. And of course, the returns are cyclical. Now we're in the highest season.
Sure.
So between sort of September, October to April, May is you have the high season of Dubai. And then, of course, the summers is when the rates drop. So it's always up and down. But overall, you have a pretty steady income. So it kind of depends on your appetite. If you want a fixed, every single month you're getting paid the same rent, that's, or if you're happy with the fluctuations, you do short term.
What's the legal situation here surrounding Airbnb in the UAE? I mean, I remember the times of this was a number of years ago when it, became a thing. Airbnb. It was a registration with Dubai Tourism and Commerce Marketing. But who regulates I suppose this is like the holiday home sector, isn't it, in the Emirates?
So it's the same. It's called the DET now,
Okay.
and they regulate it in Dubai. And interestingly, when we came, so Frank Porter was launched 2017, and the law around this changed in 2016, which is why we came, because when we came, we realized the opportunity was incredible. The law just changed.
Okay.
Nobody was doing short term, legally at least, and it was, booming in places like London and places like Paris, where people also had beautiful properties. And here, you have properties with beautiful views and on the beach, and nobody was renting them out. And what we realized is the law came into effect when everything became regulated, which means that you have to have a license to operate. The license in Dubai starts at around 370 for a studio 1 bedroom and goes up based on bedroom.
370
dirhams per year.
370 dirhams a year?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem extortionate to me. That
No,
seems,
it's
$100.
Yeah, exactly. And then you just go up 300 per bedroom.
Okay.
And similarly in Abu Dhabi, they have a bit different, but similar, you pay for a license. And then what you have to pay as well is something called a tourism dirham, which is basically the same as hotels pay per night, like a tax that we pay on behalf of our clients. For every stay, and yeah, it's very regulated, which is a big benefit of this business in Dubai versus other markets. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the stories of what's happening around the world with Airbnb, and the problem is there wasn't enough regulation, and it came out of control. I think what the UAE did well is they looked at that model and they said, we don't want that. We don't want chaos. How do we make sure that we have a steady supply and everything is well done? So they launched this initiative, and DT is overseeing it, that everybody's licensed, everybody needs to pay monthly fees. There's checks on the properties as well. There's inspectors that come in to make sure that, the quality stays high. And there's actually a hotline for both guests and for hosts. So if a guest has an issue, they can contact DT. If we have an issue with the guest, we contact DT. So the way they did it was quite nice because there is this support. So you feel quite safe as an operator to operate here, that it's not going to be out of left field that all of a sudden they shut you down because you haven't paid tax. Because we pay tax. Well, something called the tourism dirham.
Okay. I had no idea because, I hear all the horror stories. Look, I have a flat in Scotland, and I know there are people offering Airbnb in the place when they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
And all they've done is move the little lockbox around the corner on a different railing just around.
Yeah.
And residents in the building are upset about it. And I can see both sides. But you hear all of those horror stories, of course. So the regulatory aspects are interesting. I've got a couple of questions to ask you, actually. Just quickly, let me just bring these up here. Is a few coming in. No name on this. My biggest fear with Airbnb is a listing that doesn't match reality or an unresponsive host, and you can understand why that would be a pain. How do you, as Frank Porter, guarantee a consistent, high quality and trustworthy experience for a guest?
So we have a very big team. We are 160 people now between all of our operations, which includes everything from onboarding, interior design, photography, listing, to the post listing, which is cleaning, maintenance, communication, support.
Right.
Our team of people that communicate with guests is around 12, and I think it's 12 now, yeah. And we work, of course, 24/7 for the guests to make sure that we respond both via the platforms and on calls and on WhatsApp and whatever we need to do to make sure that the guest is satisfied. I agree. The biggest problem, not the biggest, one of the big ones is the reality doesn't match what you see.
Oh, yeah.
And this is something that we are very particular on. So, for example, our photography is in-house. We ensure the photos look great, but we never saturate the photos and put fake things in the photos because we understand that the guests will come based on the photos and just, the reality doesn't meet expectation and already you're unhappy, So we really work towards making sure the listings look great, but they really look great with the furnishing, with the styling, with the property itself, not because we really edited the photos to make them look great.
Well, there are some very creative people with some, very expensive wide-angle lenses. So, the little bolt hole that you end up in looked like a palace before you got in the door.
We're very particular, and from the beginning, this was such a thing for us to make sure that the properties look realistic. Sometimes to our detriment, because some clients come to us and they say, "I want you to make it look like this," and we say, "No, please trust us. We'll make it look like this. You'll get the bookings, but then the reviews will drop because." One guy's unhappy, the second guy, and then you will, it'll be less and less. So please let us do it as we believe it should be done.
But see, this is the thing, isn't it? Airbnb works very much on reviews, but reviews from both sides, isn't it? It's the hosts reviewing the guests as much as the guests reviewing the hosts and and obviously the properties as well. It's really important.
Yeah, the reviews are very important, and this is a constant struggle to make sure the guest is happy, but within the realm of what's acceptable. So for example, I remember when we first started, we did everything ourselves. It was really like a startup operation. And I remember one of the first times we managed a property and we had the call in the middle of the night from a guy, and 5 a.m. call, and I was still taking the guest calls, and he said, 2 Pepsis, please. And I said, what? It's 5 a.m. What? And he didn't realize he was staying at an Airbnb. He thought it was a hotel.
Wow.
And he literally thought that I was going to go get him a Pepsi. So it's these expectations of, we will do everything. We have, towels and shampoos and waters and coffees and everything, to make the guest experience stellar. But there is a line.
There is a line at 5 a.m. asking for sodas.
I think so. I think then you just spoil the market, and Airbnb is supposed to be, a different experience. It's supposed to be an experience where it's someone's home, right?
Completely. I want to get into some of the more of the kind of ins and outs of running an Airbnb property management company. But I got to ask you about Frank Porter first of all, because Frank Porter, we were kind of joking out there. Well, not even really joking, kind of semi-joking that Frank Porter could be James Bond's sidekick. But where does the Frank Porter name comes from? Because that's not your name.
No, that's not my name. So Frank Porter was this beautiful sort of idea that Frank Porter is a guy. He is like a James Bond or his sidekick.
Okay.
That you give him the keys and he just takes care of everything in your property. And you don't have to worry about it. It's totally hassle-free. But then if you take a step back, Frank Porter also means, it's a play on words. Frank means honest. And Porter means concierge. So our sort of tagline is "We're your honest concierge."
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay. Right then. But does that having kind of a person's name? I mean, Frank Porter sounds like an old London kind of hotel guy.
Yeah.
In some ways.
That was the point. Yeah. That's what
it was.
Point, yeah.
How has that helped you?
It helped us a lot.
In terms of your branding and in terms of, recognition or
it's a sophisticated
attitude.
name, and I think everyone kind of adapts to the name. When you're working at Frank Porter, you're all of a sudden sit up a little straighter. You're like, okay, it's Frank Porter. It's a brand. And of course, after 8 years, we have become quite a big brand here in the region. But that was of course, that was the point. Yeah, okay. That was the point.
All right. So how did you get into this? Because you don't come from as far as I can tell, I read some of the notes about you. You don't come from a particularly real estate background. I know there's hospitality in there.
Yeah.
But how did you get into this? And why did Dubai was just the opportunity that you saw?
Yeah, it was really in between things. I sold my previous business. We came here on a vacation. We looked around, and like I said, it was just one of those things where we're looking around into properties that were completely empty in March, I think it was, 2017, with all of these views. And the first thought is, how much would it be we were staying at a hotel, and how much would it be to rent a property there with that view? And we started looking, and no one's renting out properties. No, none of our friends do it. None of, it wasn't a thing. And then a little bit of research led us to this new law change, and that it really wasn't happening here as much as it was happening. I was living in London at the time, And, the idea just kind of came together that this seems like such an opportunity. You can't sort of ignore the opportunity. You don't have many opportunities like this in life where...
It was like a light bulb moment
Yeah,
for you,
it was
wasn't it?
really, yeah. So I came, did a lot of research. I came for like a 2-week trip, went around all the government agencies to find out the legal framework, and launched by September 2017. So came to do this business. This was very much came to Dubai to start the business.
Okay, so let's kind of get inside how it works and everything for a few moments. Let's say I've got a property here and I decide, right, Frank Porter, I want you to handle this for me. What's the process?
So we do everything in-house. So it starts with the onboarding process.
Mm-hmm.
You come in, you tell us what you want. So, it depends on your property. It can be empty, or maybe you have already some furniture. So we do different types of projects. We do full furnishing project, which is based on sort of packages.
Right.
We have a sort of a standard and a premium package. So, I don't know, for a studio, let's say it's 25,000, and it's all in, everything, furniture, cups, forks, carpets, art, TV, everything is included in that package.
Okay.
And within 3 to 4 weeks, you are live on the platform. And then the other way to do it is if you already have a couple of things, or you're living in a property, let's say it's your home and you're moving out and you want to just rent it out as is, we come in, we do an inspection, we see what's missing, and we also, provide some touches to make it live. We put the property live on different platforms. The main ones are Airbnb, Booking.com, and our platform, the Frank Porter platform, which is quite strong now. We're about 10% to 12% of our bookings come from our own platform.
Okay.
And other sort of smaller platforms as well. We're also in Beirut, Dubizzle. And from then on, as soon as it's live, the second part of the business starts, which is the operations, which is checking in guests, cleaning, maintenance, communication with guests, taking payment, and the day-to-day operation of running a sort of a holiday home.
Because I always think one of the things, Airbnb, I've been in a few Airbnbs, and the thing that's always kind of concerned me, not concerned me, but it's not taken care of in many ways as in the same way as hotels are, is the cleaning.
Yeah.
When guests move out, a lot of people do this as their own kind of side hustle, everything. And I get that it's different for you, but it's things like that that are those small differences mean everything, don't they?
Of course, and cleaning is, the pain point for everybody.
I bet it is, yeah.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
during the high season, you have many back-to-back bookings,
Mm-hmm.
and it is, of course, as a guest, you're coming in. The most important thing is that the property is, perfectly clean for you. So we have a huge team. That is our biggest team. We have, I think, like 20 vehicles, including some of the smaller vans, but big cleaning vans. So we have so much going into that operation. We make sure it's in-house so we can control the operation to make sure the properties are, perfect. We have a standard for the cleaning. We provide everything new. So of course, all the bed sheets, the towels is provided for each guest. Shampoos, to make sure that the guest has sort of a semi-hotel experience.
Sure, but also within kind of somebody's home, I guess. The other thing is, it's relatively easy to be in control of those kinds of things. You're in charge of the regulation. You can be in control of vetting the owners, I suppose. But how do you vet the guests? How does that work? Or can you even vet?
It's difficult to
It
vet
must
the
be.
guests. We try to vet the guests. I mean, of course, if we have some red flags from the beginning. But it's so interesting because in my experience over 8 years, I've been so surprised. I've had, groups of sort of young guys come and literally say, we're staying to party in Dubai, and all the red flags go off. And these guys are some of the, have been some of the best guests. They leave the property perfect. They check out on time. Everything is clean and nice. And then I've literally had families come in that you don't have any red flags. that have created disasters. So all I've learned is don't judge a book by its cover. Every guest is different. You can, and actually the more people are honest with you sometimes, like if they say, I'm here to enjoy myself, sometimes, I don't know, they turn out to be the best guests, so
Do you
it's
know,
hard.
but that's interesting, isn't it? If you've got guys that are here, they're here to party and they're here to hit the beach or whatever it is, and they're going to live together, and they're honest with you, they're almost warning you
Yeah.
that they're going to do that. And from that, you kind of think, maybe these people are going to be okay, I suppose. I don't know.
But I'm saying it's hit or miss. You don't know.
Yeah.
But what I would say is Dubai is a little bit different in that because it's, as you know, it's so regulated, this business, and because people have this thing about Dubai that, there's rules. You can't just do whatever you want. You can't, trash a hotel room and leave in the middle of the night. You will be found. And I forgot to mention that one of the big requirements in Dubai is every guest has to submit their passport via the government platform. So it's every guest. If you're traveling with multiple children, each child has to submit a passport. So I think that regulation already creates this sense of, okay, I can't sort of screw up too much here. And honestly, I can count on one hand how many incidents we've had over 8 years that were kind of serious enough. The others are just sort of, people smoke inside, which we get rid of very easily with an ozone machine. People leave a bit of a mess. The horror stories you hear about doesn't really happen here as much as people think.
I guess if you have to submit, a document like that, there's an element of self-policing that people are going to take care of.
I think so.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, you're already prepared that you're entering the country. There's police. You're from the airport. You feel, okay, this is different, and I can't just cross the border from France to Italy. I have to sort of go back to if someone catches me.
I mean, it's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah,
Dubai is very relaxed, and you can do whatever you like, but hold on a minute, there is a line. And
Yeah,
I think
which is correct.
That's drawn firmly in the sand. Okay. Let's go back to this flat that I want to rent with you, which is non-existent, but in my head it's palatial. What kind of insurance should I have as a property owner if I was going to look at Airbnb or?
So there's actually a legal requirement as well to have insurance for your property, which we provide for our guests. And then we always, depending on the property, we recommend to increase the insurance depending on your contents. In general, this is a business where you're not keeping your Rolexes inside. This is, or your, expensive works of art. This is a business where you don't have valuables. You are here to rent out your property, right? So people don't, the insurance cost is not that high for the items that you're insuring. It's basic furniture, it's third-party liability. And then, of course, most buildings, you already pay for insurance through your, what do you pay? The development costs.
Okay. No, I'm with you.
Service charges.
Yeah, I was getting there as well. It's funny, your mind went blank and so did mine. I wonder why. Look, we're running out of time, but I wanted to ask you just very quickly one or two more questions. The short-let rental market, the market that you're obviously an expert in, how profitable is that? Is there an average kind of daily rate? And also, how strong are occupancy rates? Could you quantify that in any way?
So our occupancy rates are over the year, probably around between 82 and 85%. So that means that right now, for example, we're over 90, and then over the summer you have much lower, but your rates are also lower. And
right.
Anyway, summers are a bit weird here because they've changed quite a bit. You would think no one comes here in the summer, but if you were here in the summer, you see people do come. So the rates are just lower and people stay for longer. So the occupancy is still there. It's not zero. It's, maybe 50%, 60%. So it's still good. So anyway, it works out to that. In terms of your profitability, it kind of depends we always compare it to the long-term market. Mm-hmm. And it does depend on the area, the building. So in general, I would say over a 3 to 5 year period, you are making way above long-term rentals. But the market changes. We've seen it kind of go up and down, and depending on where you are, sometimes long term is better, sometimes short term is better. But over a longer term period, I always found short term better because you always have guests. You never stop having guests. Whereas with long term, if you think about it, you don't have a tenant after tenant after tenant. You have a tenant, and then you have a couple of months where you're looking for the next tenant.
Quite possibly,
So
yeah.
that kind of math we did once with a client of ours, and I remember being surprised that it was true. People just look at it year to year. They forget that this is not supposed to be year to year. This is supposed to be over time.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you've decided to take that approach as well, I suppose. So a couple of days without a guest is, it can be made up, and you're kind of attuned to that, I suppose.
Yeah, we
aren't
have
you?
pricing algorithms, of course. If there's
Right.
any gaps, they get filled in. There's a whole math behind it to make sure that you're getting the bookings.
That's fascinating. I've learned a great deal from you. I have, and loads of questions left to ask. So Anna, you're going to have to come back at some point in the
I
not
would
too
love to come back.
distant future. Anna Skegan is the founder and CEO of Frank Porter. Here's the phrase, hassle-free Airbnb management company, launched in Dubai in 2017. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott, and we're going to move towards movies now. Just a reminder, you could be watching us at mirabusiness.fm on the website, or on YouTube, or streaming across most social media platforms. To get in touch, info@mira.fm or whatsapp.mira.fm is the quickest way to get the WhatsApp up and running and contact us in the studio. Now, movies and more. Dr. David Tully is head of media and film at Middlesex University in Dubai. Nice to have a professor in the studio. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. It's very nice to meet you.
Very good to have you here. Now, you're here ostensibly to talk about Warner Brothers Discovery. We may get to that point. We may meander. Who knows? But this is such a big deal. The movie and TV empire is for sale. Paramount, Skydance, Comcast, and Netflix all interested amongst others. But what might it mean for movies and TV as well as for our screens in this region? So let's just set this, David. One of the biggest media conglomerates in the US, favorites like The Sopranos to Bugs Bunny, incredibly valuable IP like DC Comics, Superman, Batman, Harry Potter franchises. At the moment, they own CNN, HBO, the Discovery Channel, TNT Sports. Whoever wins out here will be Warner's, I think it's the fourth owner in 7 years from memory. Before we get into the details and taking all of that into account, great deal to discuss. Your initial thoughts, first of all.
My initial thoughts are it's just more of circling the wagons because the Titanic is going down.
Okay.
And in the end, I mean, not to cut off all conversation, but my cynical take is it doesn't really matter in the end who's going to get it. If it's going to be Comcast who wins, Netflix, it's probably going to be Paramount for reasons we can talk about.
It looks that way, yeah.
Everybody's circling the wagons. All these old empires that had their separate fiefdoms are coming together as one big Uber studio because the entire industry is collapsing.
Okay, so we've got a number of suitors in the frame. We've mentioned them. Who wants it and why? Let's just run through, starting with Paramount Skydance. What do they get from it?
CNN, apparently. If I was just reading a story in the Hollywood Reporter this morning that their big angle and the reason they have the advantage over Comcast and Netflix is that the Comcast and Netflix have zero interest in CNN. Mm-hmm. It's seen as a dead horse. But the Ellisons, the father and son who now own Paramount, the tech guy, Larry and David, they want CNN. And that's giving them the edge. They'll take the whole package, not part of the package.
I just realized it's Larry and David. There's humor in that somewhere. I'd never seen that before.
Sing the theme song. Trump is big buddies with them. He had them to dinner at the White House, at the Saudi dinner last week. He's very happy with that because CNN's one cause in the world is to attack Trump, no matter what he does.
Yeah.
And so if they take it over, they'll turn it into a pro-Trump
Well, there will be
outlet.
a change there for sure, won't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So Comcast, what would Comcast get from a deal like this? What's their
Comcast
interest?
is more about sports. So they would get the sports package, and that's what they're interested in. Netflix is interested in the movies and the Bugs Bunny. Paramount is interested in everything. So that's why they have that's why they're seen as the front runner right now.
I mean, there's some interest from this region as well, isn't there? Rumors in U.S. media for ages that the Saudi Public Investment Fund is considering a bid. And
well, the rumor is that they're bidding with Paramount. They're in it together.
It's not a separate bid.
That's what I'm hardly an insider and know, but from what I've read about it, my research, it seems to be that they'd be partnering up with Paramount, with the Ellisons.
Okay. Well, stranger things have happened, I suppose. But I mean, even if they don't make a bid and they do, move in with Paramount Skydance, it certainly is the point, isn't it, that there would be some influence from this region.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
forward.
They wouldn't do it just for kicks. They'd want to have influence on the content, for sure.
Okay, so. This is essentially, all right, circling the wagons, but the other way of looking at this is it's industry consolidation. So fewer buyers per project, restructured media landscape, assets like, I don't know, HBO, the studio being sold off, that huge library being absorbed in some way.
Warner Brothers made this huge show of merging with Discovery 2 years ago, and now they're falling apart.
It's
And
very recent.
And nothing seems to be working for anybody. They're consolidating, they're coming together, but even that's not working. And the biggest reason is, and this comes back to what you and I were talking about a few minutes ago before we went on the air, that the biggest problem with show business is that it's show and business. It's creative and it's the bean counters. And they never see things the same way. They never have the same priorities, and yet they need each other. And no one in 100 years of movie industry has found a way to make that really work.
It's so interesting, this, because Warner Brothers is what, 1923, I think it was founded, the Four Brothers, so just over 100 years old, a huge name, particularly for me as a kid growing up with Bugs Bunny. That always kind of stands out to me. But there's this huge library. Content at the moment is king. Everybody talks about content. We've got a
and
million
nobody
and
makes
one...
good content.
Well, exactly. It's a bizarre thing that
And it's not bizarre because the bean
can't make
counters are owning the show. They're running the show. The
Really?
big news is corporate mergers, not creativity. That's right there. That's you put your finger right on what the problem is.
But you know what it's like. Let the creative people run free, and they run a little
but
bit
they
too
won't
free.
do it. They're too scared. It's a collapsing business, and they keep shooting themselves in the foot. They're making content that nobody wants to watch.
Okay.
And when was the last time you and your family or your friends sat down to Netflix and said, "Let's just watch something," and you scroll and scroll for hours, and finally say, "Oh, let's get dinner." Forget about it. It
Do you know
happens to
what?
everybody.
It rarely happens. I got to be honest with the streaming platforms that I think, I really want to watch that season. I don't really binge watch stuff, but I can't remember the last time I binge watched anything.
Or exactly
on a platform.
Nobody's satisfied with the content that's coming out. And I teach film. I can't remember the last time I went to a movie theater, and I more and more I watch films before 1950 or so, I think. I've lost interest in anything new coming out. It's not sheer perversity on my part. I cannot be interested. And everybody says that.
Anecdotally, that's probably true. But what was the last thing you went to the cinema and you thought, that was a real experience? Because I could quote you, Oppenheimer was the last thing that I saw in a movie theater where I thought, oh, that was a proper big screen experience. But aside from that,
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
stuck.
A friend forced me to go see Sinners in the spring because he said, you've got to see the music. You've got to see the production numbers. It's not about that it's a horror movie. It's that the music is beautiful, and you've got to see it on the big screen. And he was right. It was great. It was great. And once upon a time, studios turned out tons of product like Sinners. Original IP, not a remake, not a sequel, not a prequel, et cetera, et cetera. But that's very rare now, and it seems becoming increasingly rare. They only want the tried and true. So I often think, yes, a big lavish roadshow extravaganza like Christopher Nolan specializes in these days, like Oppenheimer, that's good. You're not going to get a lot of those, but they seem to want nothing but those. And if you don't have a good idea behind it, the biggest production in the world is going to fall flat. I mean, look at all those DC movies like The Flash. Remember that? No, nobody. You don't remember. Nobody does.
I'm trying to think if I do.
It was unwatchable. It was on Netflix, and even my daughter and I got through about 5 minutes of it. It's unwatchable, and yet they must have thrown so much money at that thing.
Well, I mean, the marketing budgets alone are it's just eye-watering. Because these are all global releases, of course.
They're making product that nobody wants to see.
What do people want then?
Though that's a very good question, and I think only when you give absolute creativity will you find when you give creatives full sway will you discover that. I don't think there's a formula, and that's also what drives the bean counters crazy. It's so unpredictable.
Yes.
Sinners wasn't reinventing the wheel. It was a good old-fashioned vampire movie. It was very similar to that old George Clooney movie From Dusk Till Dawn. Pretty much the same plot. But it wasn't a sequel or prequel. It had great blues music. People showed up for it. They loved it. Even Wicked. Wicked is not exactly an obscure title, but it's a musical. It's from Broadway. It's not a superhero movie. It's not a remake. It's not a prequel. It's at least something slightly different if you hadn't had a chance to go to Broadway and see it.
It's interesting, because, movie theatres have had this great resurgence over the last, 15, 20 years, generally. And it is an experience that most people, whether it's families or date nights, whatever it is, we like that again. And yet we're not getting the movies that appeal, or are we?
When you say resurgence, do you say people are going? Because they're not. They're not going.
Well, perhaps I'm saying that because I'm told that's the case. Is it not the case?
Well, I don't go too often, so I can't give you a first-hand account. But
I think you're supposed to say that I go very often.
I know I'm supposed to go very often, but I don't. And I think if I don't, I'm sure other people who aren't teaching film or interested in film go even less. And by all accounts, that's true. And this is reading the trades, reading the grosses. People are not going. Superman was one that came out last summer.
Yeah.
This is for me, I brought up to my students recently as a perfect example of everything that's wrong with the industry. Not that the film was awful. I mean, I watched it and you forgot it before it was even over. It was just generic. It was wallpaper.
Generic.
But it was fine. Yeah, whatever. But they expected it to be a massive hit. They expected it to go easily over $1 billion. Apparently it made less than $500,000. It was a clear warning sign. Audiences are no longer interested in this sort of film. Because it wasn't even an awful film. It was just as I said, it was generic.
Generic and average, okay.
So less than half of what they thought, they immediately greenlit and rushed into production a sequel. They don't know what they're doing. The movie and TV industry right now reminds me of I often talk about the restaurant industry as an example. In my younger days working as a waiter, one thing I've noticed in restaurants is that if a restaurant opened and it wasn't doing well, it had two choices: dig in its heels and keep serving the same thing,
yep,
or change the menu. The ones that changed the menu succeeded. The ones that dug in their heels died. And Hollywood right now is like a restaurant that's digging at its heels. You're gonna like superhero movies because we don't know what else to make.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a particular bugbear of mine, but that's just a personal thing. And I figure, I'm just a grumpy old guy. I'm not the target audience. But
there is no target audience anymore.
I really don't need another superhero movie.
And, flashback, if you go through the movie history over the past time, it's 100 years, roughly, of movie history. Warner Brothers was one of the first, but starts around 1915 as an industry. This story repeats again and again with Westerns, with musicals. When they find a product the audience likes, they flood the market until the audience is sick of it.
Yeah.
They're doing it again.
Yeah.
And the other times, the big thing that happened in the 1950s, of course, the biggest threat to movies was television.
Mm-hmm.
But the studios changed from being factories to being distribution agents, distribution models.
Right.
And they chugged along for another half a century. They got a new lease on life, especially because of cable. Cable propped them up, but now cable's fallen apart. They've fallen apart with streaming. Streaming is the biggest challenge since television to movies, and this time they don't seem to be finding a way to survive.
Okay. So, is there a way forward? Because I feel like this is a doom and gloom discussion now.
It's a doom and gloom discussion for the old model, but everybody loves stories. And this is what I always tell my students. Yeah. People want to hear and see a good story. If you provide the content and you're good at providing the content, they'll show up. The challenge now is how do you provide the content? There's so many platforms out there. The biggest problem is how to make money out of them. And you need to make the money to make the product too. So it's, nobody's answered it yet. And I do think, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to wrap that up that movies are hit now with what the music industry was hit with about 20 years ago. And the way the music industry evolved was Spotify. Now everybody has Spotify. Movies need a Spotify. They do not need a million different platforms to choose from, so that you have to subscribe to HBO to watch one show. You have to subscribe to Disney to watch another show.
Well, this is the other thing. There are far too many apps, far too many passwords to remember, far too many options now. There has to be an easier way. Well, in that case, Netflix are looking at this as a potential acquisition. Is that an answer? Is that potentially...
Will Netflix become Spotify? Maybe. It's a possibility if they absorb Disney and Warner Brothers and all the other platforms. Yes. And
well, just with this, with Warner Brothers and Discovery, though, that's a reasonably strong network. It's a step in possibly the right direction.
Yeah, it is. For me, and I'm no expert in this again, but I see the only way forward is to have a Spotify of visual content, the same way we have Spotify for audio content. Now, the kicker for that, for the creatives, is if you were a rock star 40, 50 years ago, you made money off of albums. Now, if you want to be a musician, you have to go on the road. That's the only way you make money. because you're not going to make it from anything you record.
No.
You can't take a movie on the road, unfortunately, not as an individual. So if you make movies, how do you make money? That isn't solved by a Spotify answer.
Yeah, movies are very much kind of cultural phenomenon. Well, very often very much cultural. They're kind of locally cultural in so many ways. There aren't that many. I guess there are many that do, but
Fewer and fewer, weirdly
it's a
enough.
splintered industry, isn't it? I suppose
It is, and it's a splintered industry. But no matter where you are in the world, you're going to need a team. It's never going to be the vision of one person. And if you're a musician, you get a guitar, you go on a stage, and you can do your songs. But if you've got a movie script, you need to get a ton of people together, and that's.
It's a different proposition.
It is.
Sure. So let's take the HBO as an example here for just for the moment. Shows on home box office are known for or renowned for being high quality. I think of The Sopranos as the main thing. For example, it's the first thing that comes to mind. If a company like Netflix or Paramount buys them as part of this overall deal. What do you? I know what you're going to. I'm not even looking at you because I know what you're thinking. But in terms of the quality of your favorite drama, are you looking? Are they going to be better or worse?
Oh, I think they're going to be worse.
That's what I'm.
I think HBO was a much smaller entity, not part of a giant conglomerate back then. And it was a time when HBO was feeling the heat from DVDs, so it could take the risk on generating new content that was good. It had to take a risk, because it had a lot at stake. And so it did create a creative revolution in television with The Sopranos. You're right to think of that. That was a show that was a benchmark for a quality leap forward for writing and directing.
I mean, to me, it's the single show to me that when somebody says, what's your favourite TV show? That question, it's always my go-to.
I think for me personally, it would be Breaking Bad, because Breaking Bad built on what Sopranos did and stayed good all the way. Whereas Sopranos, jumped the shark a few times here and there and lost the plot. But I think Breaking Bad stayed consistently good till the end, but it wouldn't have existed but for The Sopranos. So there is that.
And shows like The Wire, and I suppose there are others, and we will get texts shouting at us for missing some, I'm sure.
There's others out there. But, to answer your question, there's no, and this is also what drives the accountants crazy when they get into show business, there's no science, there's no way to predict what's going to happen, but it does seem increasingly, as the Titanic is sinking, as the waters are rising and they're coming together, the quality is palpably getting worse. They're playing it safer and safer. There's fewer and fewer movies. They're more and more generic.
Yeah. I'm with you. So this is not, there is no science to this. There is art here. It's a bit like, it's alchemy, really, isn't it?
It is.
I don't
It's a
quite
good word
know
for it.
how you, there is no such thing really as a surefire hit.
William Goldman, I don't know if you've ever heard of it. He was a famous screenwriter who had a career for many years, wrote Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid and all these legends. And at the end of his career, he said, if there's one thing I've learned in this business, it's that nobody knows anything. That was the end result of his wisdom.
We're not getting very far forward with this interview, are we, really? Who are the winners? Who are the losers?
I think what we've established is that the old model is in trouble. In the same way it was in the 50s from television, it is from streaming now. But the way they survived the studio, and we're talking about the studios now, the way they survived before was to become distribution, not factory.
Yep.
But there's no need for that distribution anymore, because of the very foe that is undermining them, which is streaming.
One thing that I do think we're going to see is things like theme parks. We've got the Warner Brothers theme park in Abu Dhabi. I guess a sale like this could mean we see more DC Comics, Harry Potter attractions.
Well, that's problematic.
I
mean, just that particular one, in a couple of years, Batman and Superman are public domain. So they're not even very valuable to anybody buying Warner Brothers right now, because in a few years, you'll be able to make your own Batman movie and not have to pay anybody.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's almost 100 years since they were invented, and the copyright expires, and there's nothing they can do about that.
Okay, so what do? Start a franchise and try and hook people in before that happens? Or?
Yes, you get spin-off characters that Batman knows that people love, and then you keep going with those movies.
The Penguin was very good.
I didn't see it.
With Colin Farrell.
Yes, I heard it was very good.
That was very good.
I just don't understand. I also, and I know it's a very unpopular view, I don't like the Christopher Nolan Batman movies because I just don't understand taking these things too seriously.
Oh, you may need to wash your mouth out with soap and water, David. I'm not sure you can say
He's
things
still
like
a guy
that.
who dresses up like a bat. And everybody takes him very seriously in those films.
When you put it that way, you make a good point. But you've got to be careful because Farage, who's working the... well, that's actually a missile system, so I'd move if I was you.
Just, all I'd say is watch the old 60s show. That's how to do Batman.
Oh, I am so with you. That was Saturday mornings in my youth. Here's a question for you from somebody. Sophie, realistically, how will this Warner Brothers Discovery acquisition impact the phenomenon of subscriber fatigue? And should we expect a great content migration where key HBO and DC content suddenly becomes exclusive to a different, potentially more expensive platform in the next, how long could it be? 12, 18 months, however long it is?
I think the short answer is yes. That's when I say circling the wagons, it's trying to get more and more IPs protected, and you got to pay more because they're more exclusive. So, which means that everyone, I do not use a dodgy box, and because I love this business and I want to support it, but I know that most people in the world do, and more people are going to do it. This is not a way to, this making them high-end and expensive apps is not the way to do it.
There's got to be some kind of aggregation in somewhere, some kind of cooperation sharing agreement. This has to be. Because I can't keep signing up for stuff.
No, and you hear that from everybody.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to subscribe to Disney and get, pay $20 a month for mostly unwatchable stuff because you can watch one thing. And I'm not even sure what on Disney I would want to watch at this point. Because they already absorbed Marvel and DC and Star Wars and killed those. But they don't, but again, in a way, the bean counters in their Malibu mansions don't really care about the bad movies they're making from Star Wars and bad shows. They care, you put your finger on it, the theme parks. That generates so much more income for the corporate HQ and the shareholders than any movies or TV show is going to do. So that's just a sort of a distraction.
Well, the other side to that is as well, that's still a movie experience. It's just not the movie that you're experiencing anymore, is it? You can still spin it in that way as well.
Yeah, you can go on a ride and remember the movies you loved as a youth and not have to care about the terrible shows they're putting on right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot more to discuss here. There really is. Quickly before we go, this is just personal interest. Favorite movie? Do you have one? Is there one at the top of the list? Could you pull one from?
I always tell my students the most perfect film ever made is Jaws.
Jaws is a great film.
But it also began the whole blockbuster era that destroyed Hollywood in the long run. So it has a lot to answer for, but it's not, you can't hold it personally responsible.
Well, also not great for sharks.
Oh, no. That's also, Peter Benchley regretted ever writing it.
I bet he did.
Not his bank account, but for what he did to the sharks. He did regret it before he died, he said. Also, I would give a shout out to, I saw a fantastic film the other night, The Seventh Victim, 1943, Val Lewton, RKO. Black and white. Nobody watches these movies anymore. Best movie I've seen in years.
There you go. All right, then. That's a recommendation for a Monday morning or just into the afternoon. Dr. David Tully, Head of Media and Film, is a professor at Middlesex University in Dubai. We're going to have to get you back. We've got to get you back in.
I'd love to.
Love to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.